Hello and welcome to 4 hours of React Native tutorials and instruction. This video is made up of 8 tutorials for learning React Native that build upon each other much like the chapters of a book. Throughout the lessons in this video, I'll mention links being available in the description below. I've compiled all of these links into one GitHub resource that you'll find a link for in the description. Hi, I'm Dave Gray, and I'm the creator of these tutorials. You can subscribe to my YouTube channel for more tutorials like this one. You can also follow me on Blue Sky, and if you're feeling generous, you can even buy me a cup of coffee or join my Patreon. Hey everyone, this React Native for Beginners educational video series is made possible by Zero to Mastery, also known as ZTM. I've been recommending ZTM on my channel for a couple of years now because ZTM has an amazing selection of in-depth, up-to-date courses. React, Next.js, Node.js, ZTM has it. Python, AI, prompt engineering, ZTM has it. Security, code interview prep, ZTM has it. When viewers ask me where they can go to learn more after completing a course on my channel, I recommend ZTM. And I always put links in my video description to ZTM courses, just like I've linked to ZTM's React Native course in the description for this video. After you complete this React Native course, ZTM's Complete React Native Developer is your next logical step. ZTM's course will reinforce the basics you learned from me and guide you through creating large-scale React Native apps that you can put in your portfolio and show confidently in a job interview. Look for the link in the video description and check out ZTM today. And we begin on the React Native homepage. You'll find that at reactnative.dev. And you can see it says Learn Once, Write Anywhere. And that's because when you create an application with React Native, it can run on Android devices, iOS devices, and all types of web-enabled devices, laptops, desktops, possibly tablets, or any other internet device as well, as you see the different logos here for browsers, different platforms, and of course, Android and iOS. Let's scroll down just a little further, and you can see it says Create Native Apps for Android, iOS, and more using React. And that's what we're going to learn how to do. Now let's talk requirements, because at the beginning of every course, you have requirements, both what knowledge should you already have and what tools do you need to get started. Let's begin with the tools. So first, we'll go to code.visualstudio.com. And if you don't have Visual Studio Code, or VS Code for short, you want to download that for the platform you're on. Here, it automatically identifies that I'm on Windows, so it wants me to download for Windows. If you're on Mac or Linux, those are also supported. Now, after you get VS Code, you will likely also want to get Git. So that is available at git-scm.com. And here is a download for Windows in the bottom right. Of course, this will also identify what operating system you are on and suggest that download for you. Now, after you have Git, there's one more thing you want to download, and that is Node.js. And you'll find that at nodejs.org. Now you can see you can download Node.js. LTS is the long-term support version, and that's what I recommend. Okay, I have VS Code running. I have closed the welcome screen that you might see after you install VS Code, and I just have an empty folder open. My folder is named React Native Series that you'll see over here. You don't have to create that if you don't want to, but that is what I have called my folder. And then you have some menus here at the top. Now I'm zoomed in some to help the video and help you see what's going on, so you don't see all of the menus at the top, but if you click the 3 dots, you see the other menus that are available. We're going to open a terminal, so you can choose the terminal menu and then choose New Terminal here. And once you do that, you'll have a terminal window. I already had one open, so I just closed one. But with this terminal window, you'll notice a couple of things. One, you can see where my folder is here on Windows. I'm in Documents, Tutorials, and then the React Native Series folder that I created. But also at the top, you'll see what type of terminal I'm running. So if I click this where it says Bash, I believe I could, here, maybe the arrow to the right, there we go. I could change the type of terminal that I have. Here's PowerShell that comes with Windows, but Bash comes with Git, and that's what I want to use. Now it just opened another new one. but I am using the bash terminal, and since you installed Git, you should also have that option available for your VS Code. So you'll be using the same terminal as I do throughout this series. Now let's also check what versions we installed, and we can do that, say, with Node.js that we installed by typing node-v. And you can see it gives me the version that I just installed. Now, if you're watching this video months after I've created it, you may have a newer version, and that's okay as well. Now, let's do the same with Git. I'll just type git for git-v, and we'll see what version of Git I have installed. So those are the versions that I currently have, and if you have newer versions than that installed, that's okay too. And since we've installed Node, we also have npm, so we can check the version of that, as we will also use it in this series. And there is my version of npm. Now, before we're finished talking about tools, I want to mention a couple of optional VS Code extensions you can add. Now, I'm not going to focus on those, but since you're learning React Native, you can go ahead and add them if you want to. So let's search for React Native. And then, of course, it'll take just a little bit of time, and we should get what extensions are available. Here is the React Native tools. If you want to install that, that would be a good one to use. Another one that we're going to have is called Expo Tools, and Expo is a framework that we're going to introduce here in just a moment. So you could add the Expo Tools as well. You might want both of these extensions. Again, I'm not going to focus on them, but as you're learning React Native and continue on your journey, they will probably be helpful for you. And now, continuing with requirements, let's just talk about what knowledge you should already have. I'm not going to say knowing React is a prerequisite, although it will help you if you're learning React Native. If you already know React, it will be easier to understand some things. But the things that I do require are what are called the pillars of the web: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, I have free courses for all three of those topics on my YouTube channel, so you can find those and watch those videos as the prerequisites for this class. Just as when you take a college course or some other course, sometimes there is a class you should have taken before. These three items will help you as you now learn React Native. And we're back on the React Native homepage. Let's click the Get Started button. And here we have Get Started with React Native. But one thing they say here that I want to really highlight is we believe that the best way to experience React Native is through a framework, a toolbox with all the necessary APIs to let you build production-ready apps. And so with that said, we're going to use a React Native framework called Expo, as they mention here. And Expo is a framework that will give us a lot of extra tools to help build our React Native apps that will work on all platforms. And now we're on the Expo homepage, and this is at expo.dev. From here, we want to go to the docs link. So let's go to the docs, and from there, we want to click Create a Project. Now you can see on the Create a Project page, they give us some code that we can copy, and we'll paste it into our terminal in VS Code to help create our Expo application with React Native. Back in VS Code, I'm going to open a terminal window by pressing Control and the backtick. And now that I've copied that code from the Expo website, I'm going to paste it here by right-clicking. And now, of course, I'm on Windows, so if you're on Mac or Linux, that could be just a little different. But now that I've pasted that command in here, it says npx create Expo app at latest. So it's going to install the latest version for Expo. Let's go ahead and press enter. It will start to ask us some questions, and it says, what do we want to name the app? Well, I'm going to suggest that you name this Welcome, as it's just an example here in the Welcome Get Started video. You could name it Get Started or go with My App if you want to. I'll just say Welcome. What I'm going to call it is Lesson 1 because I'm creating a series of tutorials here. So Lesson 01 and press enter. And now it starts creating everything that we need for this project. Now, one thing I'm commonly asked about a tutorial series, and especially a few months after it's been created, or a year, or even 2 years later, is this tutorial still valid? Because tech does change. And I'll say, yes, this tutorial is still valid if you install the same dependencies that I have in my package.json file. And you'll soon see a package.json file in this Lesson 01 folder when this finishes installing. Now, what I'm going to suggest, if you're watching this video a year after I've created it or 2 years after I've created it, is you're probably going to want to get my code from GitHub, and there you're going to copy that package JSON, and then you'll type npm install to get the exact same versions that I use in this tutorial, and that will let you have the same experience that I've had. So for now, you can see we have a message, everything is installed, and it says we want to cd, that is change directory, and go into lesson 01. So let's do that down here, cd lesson 01. If you named yours welcome, it would be cd welcome. And that is going to take us into that lesson 01 folder that I have. So now you can see I'm in documents, tutorials, React Native series, and as far as the terminal is concerned, I am in the lesson 01 folder. Now up here we'll have to open it to see what's inside. I was talking about a package JSON file, and now you see this. So we typed install latest. If I scroll back up here, we might still be able to see that wherever. No, there's a lot of messages, but we had that pasted command at our terminal, and it said npx create expo app at latest. Well, behind latest are a lot of different packages this create expo app installed. So I'm going to close this, and we can see everything that was installed under dependencies in my package JSON file. So now that I scroll down, you can see all of these dependencies it added for our application. Here's React. Here's a lot of things to do with Expo. We also have some React navigation for native up here, React Native things down here. So a lot of things were installed. Now, these are the versions that I currently have as I create this tutorial. If you're watching the video a year or 2 years from now, there's probably newer versions of these things available, which you will get if you install at latest, like we just did here in this video. But if you want to have these exact same versions that I do for the tutorial and have the exact same experience that I show, what you'll want to do after you go ahead and copy my package JSON from GitHub, you could just highlight all the code and paste it in here if you want to, but you want to have this package JSON file. And after that, I will just open up the terminal window again, and I can type npm install, and it will install all the versions that are in my package JSON file. And that's what it's doing now, but it quickly just looked over everything and said I was already up to date, and so it left it alone. If you haven't installed anything yet, it would take just as long as that first installation. Back on the Expo website, we were on the Create a Project page. Now let's go to the Set Up Your Environment page. And it asks you a few questions. It says, where would you like to develop? And you can choose Android device, you can choose iOS device. You could also choose Android emulator or iOS simulator. And we'll look at each one of these. So the Android device itself, once we choose that, it says, hey, use Expo Go. That is the Expo application that we'll use to test out an application with. But it doesn't mean we're only going to build for Android. And then it gives us a QR code that you can scan that will take you to the Expo app. The Google Play Store or the Apple Store would have that to download, for example. So if I scroll back up here and I choose iOS device, then it still says Expo Go, and it says set up an iOS device with Expo Go. Before, I believe it said set up an Android device. Yep, set up an Android device. So either one of those. Now, if we said we had an Android emulator, that means you probably want to install Android Studio. Now, that may still be what you want to do. You may want to check it out in several different environments. And running Android Studio, where you would traditionally write an Android application, lets you use the Android Studio emulator. So that can be set up on Mac OS and Windows. If we chose iOS simulator and we came down, well, then you need Xcode, where you would traditionally create an iOS application, but that is only available on Mac OS. So you would need a Mac to do that. It says open up the Mac App Store. It doesn't give us a Windows option at all. But what we can do is choose either one of these depending on what type of mobile device you have. I have an Android, so I'm going to choose this. We'll come down here and scan this QR code and install the Expo Go app. Okay, you should see a screen something like I'm showing here that shows Expo in the Google Play Store right now for Android. Go ahead and install that, and then we'll come back to the tutorial. And I also want to quickly mention, while I won't go over those, that I will go ahead and provide links to Android Studio and Xcode in the video description if you want to install either one of those. Okay, with the Expo app now installed, let's click on Start Developing over here on the left as we're still on the expo.dev website. And you can see it gives us another command to run in the terminal for our application. We're going to actually start the app with npx expo start. You can copy that, and let's go back to VS Code. Back in VS Code now, I'm going to paste that command in, npx expo start, and press enter. And notice, once again, I'm in that lesson 01 folder, or you want to be in the folder that whatever the name is that you gave your folder, you want to be in that folder when you run that command. And so now it has started the project. Let me scroll back up because it gave us a lot of information here. It gives us a QR code, and you'll scan this QR code with that Expo app that you just installed on your mobile device. It also says, here's the IP address that we have set up for the application that is now running. And we'll also check it out as if we were browsing a website at localhost on port 8081. So it's available in both of those locations. If I scroll down, there's some other commands available here as well. So right now, get out your mobile device, open the Expo app, and scan this QR code. I'll show you some screens to show you what it's like. Here's what it looks like when I first open the Expo app, and I'm going to tap Scan QR Code. Here's what the screen looks like when I'm getting ready to scan a QR code, but the camera hasn't activated yet. It takes just a second. You'll be able to tell when it does, and then just aim your device at this QR code. And here's the welcome screen for the application as I see it on my phone, and that's what you should also see after Expo opened up the application. But what if you're not seeing it? What if there's a problem and maybe you're seeing a screen like this? This screen, for example, indicates that I cannot load the application. So let's look at some troubleshooting. Back on the Expo website, if we scroll down, there is a Having Problems section. So go ahead and click that. And when you open this up, it gives you a few tips. Make sure you're on the same Wi-Fi network with your device and your computer. They need to be on the same Wi-Fi. If it still doesn't work, it could be due to something in the router configuration, and that could be a bigger issue. So maybe if you're on a public network, like in the school library or somewhere else, you might need to use npx expo start -- tunnel. But that will slow things down, and they recommend that if you have to use tunnel, you may actually want to use the Android Studio or the Xcode emulator, something like that, because this will be a little bit slower if you have to use the -- tunnel route. I will say I have tried it with -- tunnel, and it wasn't that slow for me. So you might as well go ahead and give that a shot too. Again, only if you're having trouble getting the app to show in your mobile device when you're running this. If not, if you weren't having any trouble, that original just npx expo start should be all you need. Now, back in VS Code, we have got the application running in Expo, and you can see it on your device. That's great. Let's scroll down here and look at these commands. You can also press W to open it on the web, because remember, on the web, it's at this local host 8081 instead of this address up here. So for this, I'm just going to come down here and press W, and now it's going to open it as a website in the browser. It will take it just a moment to load, but when it does, we should see the application as expected here in our browser. And we do. Now, of course, this looks very different from being in the mobile phone view. This is a widescreen on a browser, but we still see the application. We can still click in the status bar to go to the other page. Everything works as expected. Now, I'm going to show you one other thing that we can do to make Chrome look more like a mobile device. So I'm going to Control Shift and the letter I to open DevTools here. I'll clear all of that out. But now I'm going to scroll this or pull this over here so we see more of the window here on the left. Now notice a couple of things. You may not have this bar at the top yet. So I'm going to click that and take it away, because this is the view you may have when you open up DevTools, which is what I did with Control Shift and the letter I. I'll close them real quick to show you one other way. You can also right click and choose Inspect. and then it takes you to a different tab in DevTools, but it still opens DevTools. Either way, what you want to do now that you have DevTools open is click the little icon up here that looks like a laptop and a mobile device, and it gives you this along the top. And now what we can do with that, I'm going to pull this over further, and I like to have that on my console. Along this top bar, you can choose the drop-down menu, and you can choose different mobile devices. Some of them will show the frames and some won't. So for example, I'm going to choose an iPhone 6, 7, or 8. Now it actually shows the display frame around it. If I choose a different one, it may not. So let me choose like an iPhone X. It doesn't show the phone around it, so it doesn't quite look the same, but you are seeing the mobile view. Also notice I'm viewing at a smaller view here, this 75% instead of 100, because 100% takes it off the screen. So back to 75. This also says mobile over here. Let's see what this does. Looks like everything is fine. There might, hide device frame. So if you didn't have the frame before, when you went to iPhone 6, 7, and 8, now I don't have a frame. You want to click over here on the right and click Show Device Frame, and then it will show the phone around it. So even for the web view, you can kind of check to see what it looks like on a mobile device, but it's not as good as running it on a mobile device. And since we have the Expo Go app, it's better for us to just look at the web view like this and use our own mobile device to check the application as well. Back in VS Code, I'm going to close the terminal window, close the package.json file, and let's go ahead and look at this application. I should open up the app directory and then the tabs directory. Now let's go to the index page. And here we should see our welcome. Let's go ahead and change welcome on line 19 to hello world and save our changes. Now check your mobile device to see if the app reflects this change. Here's mine. And you should also be able to see the change on the website. Well, congratulations, you have your first development environment for React Native set up. You have your first application running, although this sample project was already built for us. So in the next video, we'll start building an application from scratch. In Lesson 1, we set up our React Native development environment and explored an example project created with the Expo framework. Today, we will continue to use React Native and Expo to build an app from scratch. I've got VS Code open. You'll want to open yours to just an empty folder. Then you can do Control and the backtick to open up your terminal window. From there, we're going to type npx create-expo-app. And let's type a name for the app. I'm just going to call it My App and press enter. Now it'll start creating the project for us, and we'll come back when it finishes. Okay, I'm back now and the project is ready. We just installed an Expo application with the default template. Now notice we didn't have to even use the template flag. What would happen if we used a different flag would be 2 dashes and template. And for example, we could use blank to actually have an empty project. But what we did was just not provide the template flag, and therefore it uses the default template. Now let's look at what that means in the documentation quickly. You can see the benefits of using the default template. It creates a new React Native project with Expo. It also includes recommended tools like the Expo command line interface, that's what CLI stands for, includes a tab navigator, so like we had on the bottom of our example project, and it uses the Expo router, so we get a basic navigation system already built in. And then it says it automatically configured to run a project on multiple platforms, which is the main reason we're probably using React Native. We want to develop for Android, iOS, and maybe even the web. Also, TypeScript is configured by default. And I want to quickly touch on this. You can use TypeScript with React Native and Expo. However, we will not be doing that. I wanted to not have a barrier for beginners to get started in this course. So I'm not using TypeScript. However, if you know TypeScript, go ahead and use it. There's nothing preventing you from doing so. Okay, back in VS Code, I do not want to type that once again, but what I do want to do is go ahead and type npx expo start. Well, I need to be in the folder. So I need to type CD first and then my app. Now that we're in the actual folder or directory, if you will, that has the application, notice it says my app here at the end of Documents, Tutorials, React Native Series, my app. Now I know I'm in that directory. So now I can go ahead and type npx expo start, and this will start up the application. It should give us the QR code like we were used to seeing in the previous tutorial when we set everything up. Remember, with that Expo Go application that you installed on your mobile device, you can now scan this QR code and see the project running on your mobile device. Likewise, there are some other commands as it shows here, and pressing W opens it on the web. So for now, I'm just going to press W, and that should open it up in the browser. As you see, it's building it and getting it ready. I'll pull the browser window up, and we should soon see the project in the browser here at localhost port 8081. And here is the example project once again that it built with that default template. And if you scan the QR code and launched it on your mobile device, you should now see it there as well. Here's what it looks like on mine. Okay, now back in VS Code, I'll close a terminal window. Let's go ahead and open up the directory, the folder with our project here. Now that we have that open, let's go inside the app directory. And now we don't want the layout, the HTML and not found, don't delete them, but we don't want to move any of those or work with those today. What we do want to do is go inside of the tabs directory because we have that tab navigation built in already. Here is our index page. Note that it's an index.tsx, which is a TypeScript file by default. So we might want to change that since we're not going to use TypeScript. I'm just going to click on the index first. Let's go ahead and select everything with Control A, that's the select all, then just press backspace to get rid of it. That's how I usually clear out a file. We are going to add some content here, but first I want to show you an extension that I use that I didn't show you in the last video. So let's go to the extensions icon over here, and we'll start looking for an extension. I can look for what I have installed already because I already use it. I should scroll down here to ES7 Plus React/Redux/React Native. You want to get this one, and it will help you have shortcuts essentially to create React components. And it also works with React Native. So I can put a link to this in the resources as well, but ES7 Plus React/Redux/React Native snippets, and that's the extension I'm recommending. Okay, back here, if you have that extension, now you should be able to type RNFE and see that is a shortcut for React Native Functional Export Component. So I'll select that, and we get our full component. Now I'm going to show the file tree again instead of the extensions. Now that we have that, notice I have index selected here. If you don't, just double click it once, then Control D will select the next one, Control D again will select the third one, and let's change this to app. So I'm going to say app here. I believe this was lowercase up here. So let's switch that to the lowercase app instead of the uppercase. But it wouldn't really matter either way. Either way, we have app and default app down here, and our text says app. But let's change this text, and let's put coffee shop, at least for this example. Now that we've made some changes, if we left the app running down here, we need to press R to reload the app. You won't notice this if you're looking at the web page, but you should on your device if the application is still running on your mobile device. Here's what it looks like now on mine. And as I mentioned in the first lesson, I default everything to dark mode, so you're definitely not seeing much on my phone right now. Let's go back and add some CSS styles so we can actually see the words coffee shop. Okay, back in VS Code, I'm going to close that terminal window once again. At the top of our file now, we need to import style sheet. Now, after we have style sheet imported, let's go ahead and say const styles, and we'll set this equal to stylesheet.create. Now we'll have parentheses, and then we'll start an object with the curly braces. And first, let's go ahead and put in some styles for our container. And this will be an object. And here we'll have flex equals 1. And now this is going to make the containing view fill the screen. As you see that view up here, the view that we have right there. So this is where we'll apply the container style. After that, we're also going to say flex direction, and this will be column. Now, if you haven't used CSS in JavaScript before, you might be used to writing something like flex direction with a hyphen, but that is not how CSS works in JavaScript. So anywhere you would normally have a hyphen, instead you're going to have camel case, as we see here with flex direction. Now after that, we want some text styles also. So for our text above, we're going to set the color to white. Let's set the font size, camel case once again there, to 42. Font weight, and let's set this to bold. And then text align, let's go ahead and center the text. Okay, so we've typed out our styles, but we're not using the styles yet. We need to apply them up here to these different elements that we have inside of our component. So let's do that by putting the style attribute. And then inside of this style prop, I should say prop instead of attribute. I'm used to elements like HTML attributes, but here the style prop, and we'll pass in styles.container. So now all of the container styles will apply to that view. Likewise with the text, I have the style prop. We'll set this equal to styles.text. Okay, now we've applied our CSS to our component. Let's save the file. Once again, open up the terminal window and press R to reload the application. Once again, look at your device now to see the updates, and here's what mine looks like. And as you can see, we can now see the words coffee shop, but it's way at the top here, and of course we're going to adjust that as well. Back in VS Code, I'm going to go ahead and press Control-C just to stop the server for the example here for a little bit. And once again, look at my directory here where it has React Native series, and then you can see I'm in the My App directory. But notice after that, it also has lesson-2, and that's because that's what I've named this branch of the repository. Now we're going to add some images to our project, and you can download my images from the course resources link in the video description. It will take you to my GitHub repository. So just note that these images are in the branch lesson-2 when you visit that GitHub repository. So we will put the images in this assets directory inside of the app directory, as you see here. Yes, if I close this, it should, no, assets is actually beside the app directory. I wanted to make sure. So that's where you will find these in my repository as well, in the assets directory and then in the images directory. And you can see there's already several images in here that were put in here by default when we created the project. But what you're going to find are 3 additional images, as you now should see on the screen. We've got a coffee-icon, a coffee-splash, and an iced coffee. So I'm just going to drag these over into the assets directory. Now you'll see those extra 3 here, and I'll make sure those are in GitHub for you as well. With the new images added, I'm going to close this back up over here in the directory, and we're going to continue to stay focused here in the tabs directory on that index file. Let's go ahead and restart the project if you stopped it like I did. So that was npx expo start. It should once again pull up that QR code if you need that to relaunch your project in your phone. I'm going to go ahead and close the terminal window now and get to work because we're going to put the image or 2 here inside of our project. So at the top now, I also want to import image background, and we can see that in the list. So now we've imported image background. I'm also going to press Alt-Z just to wrap any code down to keep it from scrolling off the screen so you can't see it. I also like to give a little space between the import and the beginning of the component that I'm creating, and also the export if I'm exporting it like you see here. Okay, after that, let's add that image background to our project, and it's going to go between the view and the text. So we'll start with the image background right here, and I'll close that out. Should give me the closing tag automatically. I'll highlight and cut with Control-X and paste it in underneath. So now I have the closing one. But we've got some different props to pass to image background as well. So let's go ahead and do that. Here we'll say the source. Well, we don't have the source yet, do we? So let's go ahead and bring that source in up above. We have another import here. So we'll import, and I'll call this iced coffee image, and I'll just abbreviate image with img. Let's say that is coming from, and now we'll have @assets/images/iced-coffee.png. Now notice the red squigglies here. So this is telling us something's wrong. I also didn't spell source correctly. There, that helps. But this is part of TypeScript, and we're actually not going to use TypeScript, although we had been using it so far because there wasn't anything specific to it. So you didn't really notice the difference between it and React or JavaScript in general. But notice our file over here. I mentioned this before. It's index.tsx. Let's rename this. So I right-click on it and choose rename. Of course, if you're using TypeScript, don't do this, but we're going to name this index.jsx. Press enter, and now you can see the difference. We no longer have the red squigglies by the import of our image. So now I have my iced coffee image. I'll copy that and put it right in here as the source for the image background. Now, after we have the source, I'm going to set the resize mode and set this equal to cover because we want it to cover the entire screen if possible. And we'll set the style equal to styles.image. But wait, we haven't created the styles for the image yet. So let's scroll down and let's add those, and let's put them after the container. That's where I want to put those. So I'll have image, start my object here, but we have a squiggly yet because we don't have a comma after the image object. Okay, now for the image, first of all, we'll set the width to 100%. Also set the height to 100%, just so we can cover all screens, even a web screen for now, even though in the future, we may want to use a different image if we had a huge screen compared to a small phone screen. Then we'll put in flex 1 again, like we did before. And then we'll have resize mode, and we'll set that to cover as well. And then we'll put justify content, and let's go ahead and set that center. Okay, all of those styles look good. And we have applied those to the image up here. So once again, let's reload the project by pressing R and take a look at it on our device. Here's what it looks like on my mobile device. And that's pretty good, but Coffee Shop is just a little hard to read because of the white letters and, of course, the milk in the coffee. So let's close the terminal here and let's add an additional style to the text styles so we can see that just a little bit better. We'll say background color, and now we'll say RGBA, and inside the parentheses, the first 3 zeros mean black, and the last one is the opacity. So we'll set it to kind of a see-through of 50%, essentially 0.5. Go ahead and put a comma after that as well. I'll save, open the terminal once again, and hit R to reload. Let's once again look at the result on your mobile device. Yes, that's much easier to read. It gave us that background color underneath the white that was still see-through, but it made that white text easier to read. And here it is back in the browser, and of course this is the widescreen view. It doesn't look that great right now with this image. We might want to look at some platform-specific changes in the future in this series because setting the single image for the background may not be the best for all image or all device sizes. However, if we open up the dev tools like we had in the previous lesson with Control, Shift, and the letter I, now we choose to look at it with a mobile view, as I showed how to set that up in the last video as well. Let's go ahead and shrink it down to 75%. We can see it here in the iPhone 5 view. We could switch it to maybe iPhone 6. It looks pretty good. We're not seeing the tabs down here in dark mode like you would see on my phone, though. They are in light mode at this time. If I click over, this looks like it's in dark mode. Anybody worried about the warnings over here, don't worry about that for now. That's just stuff we're seeing from their example project. Nothing that we did that is on this page here. When we pull it back, we don't have anything on the page we created so far. Okay, back in VS Code once again, I'm going to close that terminal window. Now, what about the other images we added to assets? If you remember, inside this images directory, we also had a coffee icon that we could use, and we had a coffee splash. Let's talk about the splash screen first. So I'll close assets back up. We need to come down to the app.json file. One other note here, notice you may not have all of the little icons that I do in my VS Code file tree. If you want to get those, I'm just using an extension for those. Let me see if I can find it. VS Code-icons is the extension you want. There, it pulled up. So install this extension if you want to see all the little icons beside the different files like I have over there, VS Code-icons. Okay, let's scroll back down and find that app.json file that has the expo icon next to it. If we look at this, it's really a big object. That's kind of what JSON is. And here we have the splash property. So it's got some settings here, and it looks inside of assets, images, and splash. Well, the current splash you have probably seen. It's just kind of a white looking page with a little target in the middle, and we can change this. Let's just change it to coffee-splash, I believe is what the other file was named. And now I also want to change this setting. I think we want it to cover, and I'm going to change this white hex code here to black. So you want 6 zeros overall. Now you will not see the splash screen in the web mode. You will only see this as it loads on your phone. So here's what it looks like on mine when you press reload. So let's go ahead and first open up the terminal and press R to reload. Now I'll screen capture that and show it to you. Here is what the splash screen looked like on my phone. And then of course it goes away as soon as the app loads. So closing the terminal once again, what about the icon? Well, it's very much a similar setting. We see icon right here. We have assets, images, and I believe we just named that coffee-icon. So now we have a different icon we can use. Let's go ahead and save that. Don't worry about the TypeScript tsconfig.json file. If you have that in your project and you're using TypeScript, of course you're using it. Otherwise, you're really not. But let's just go ahead and save that, whatever it changed for now. Come back here to this app.json where we have changed the image for the icon now. So how do you see the icon right now? Of course, we haven't installed this on any device, and that's normally where you see an icon when you would launch the application. We'll go ahead and look at your mobile device, and what you want to do is shake it with the app open. That should open up the Expo menu like you see here on my device. But you can see I'm not seeing the new icon yet. I'm just seeing kind of the old blank one. So let's go ahead and open the terminal window once again. Control-C to stop everything. Instead of just reloading, I just want to restart everything, and we should definitely then see the new icon. So npx expo start, we're going to start everything back up, just rescan the QR code, and then of course when you have the app open, shake your mobile device and you should see the new icon. Here's what it looks like on my device. Notice it there in the top left by the name of the app where it says My App. Okay, back in VS Code, let's close the terminal window. We can close the app.json file. We're now inside of that index.jsx once again, and just kind of a student assignment here. Go ahead and take this explore page because we've already got that linked in the tabs at the bottom of our app, and you should go ahead and put some information in here. Delete everything that's in here and use what you've already learned in this lesson to put some information about the coffee shop. Say the store name, address, maybe the store hours. Put all of that here on the second page. And then the next video, we'll explore the Expo router. You'll learn how to rename this page, and we'll name it contact or something like that. But we'll also learn all about how the file-based routing works in React Native with Expo. I've got VS Code open, and we'll start today's lesson with the completed code from lesson 2. So let's start up the application. I'm going to open up a terminal window with Control and the backtick, and from there we'll type npx expo start. This should start up our application. It'll take it just a little bit to get the bundler going, but then we'll see it launch here, and we should get that QR code that we can scan with that Expo Go app to see the app on our mobile device. Also, you can press W to open on the web, and that's what I'm going to do right now. And it'll take it just a moment to get ready to open in the browser as well, but I'll go ahead and click the browser. Here you can see it. It's not too well adapted to the full screen, but if we press Control, Shift, and the letter I to open up DevTools, and you have your DevTools set as I do, you'll see it in a iPhone 6, 7, 8 frame here. Now you can do that first when you open up DevTools by clicking this little icon up here that toggles the device toolbar, and then over here in the dimensions drop, you can choose which phone. They don't all have frames available here in Chrome, but I've chose iPhone 6, 7, 8. After that, I've got mine set to 75% of the regular size. And this little drop menu right here will let you show or hide the device frame. And I choose show the device frame. So that's how I've got my Chrome settings. Now let's go back to VS Code. Back in VS Code, I want to close the terminal window, and we'll be learning all about navigation with the Expo router and of course navigation tabs that we've already seen in the demo app and were applied to our application already, but we'll learn about how they work. So let's open up the app directory. Inside of this directory here, you can see the tabs directory. Now, we don't want to use that from the start, so we'll be getting rid of our tabs here. So grab your index.jsx that we created, and I believe we renamed that from .tsx because we're not using TypeScript. But if you want to use TypeScript, go right ahead because it's already enabled in this demo project. Now, once we move this, let's just move it directly to the app directory, so it's outside of the tabs. Now that we moved that, it opens up this tsconfig file immediately, and it added this app.jsx or app/index.jsx in here. We don't really need to add each individual file that it will want to when we move those. Let's just change this by adding one extra line here. We'll start with 2 asterisks, a slash, 1 asterisk, and then .jsx, just like you see for TSX above. And then we can go ahead and remove that app/index.jsx, and it shouldn't continue to add another line for each file that we move. So I can save that tsconfig.json for now, and we shouldn't see that again. Now let's come back up here. Let's also move the explore file out of the tabs and into the app directory directly there. Besides that, just so we don't see the tabs applied to our application right now, I just want to disable them by right-clicking here and choosing Rename. You can see that's also F2 on Windows at least. And if I go over here to the left, I'm going to just type an X to rename the file so it doesn't apply this tabs layout file for now as we look at our application. Okay, with those changes in place, let's click on the index.jsx, and we're going to work inside of this. I'll press Alt-Z to wrap any code down that would go off the screen. But let's look back at the app real quick in the browser at least to see what we've got. And it looks like it had an error. Let's refresh the application. And now let's see what we have. Yes, this is much better now. Notice we have a header now. We can learn today about how to hide that header, and it was hidden before. But at this point, since we're not applying that tabs layout file, this is what we have. No tabs at the bottom, and now a default header is showing at the top. Now, much like the web, one way to navigate inside of a React Native and Expo app is to use a link. So let's import link at the top. It's a lot like the anchor tag, the A that we use in HTML, except this is link and it comes from Expo router. And if you're familiar with Next.js, we also import links there. So this shouldn't be too new if you've worked with Next.js. Just a little aside there though, it doesn't matter. That's not required to learn React Native. Okay, underneath the text we have for coffee shop, let's put our link. So we'll have a link and an href. And now this understands already what we have available to us, where we could navigate to. Let's navigate to /explore because the explore file is next to our index.jsx. Now, after we navigate there, we'll want to apply some styles, but we don't have the styles for the link yet. So let's just put explore here and have the closing link tag. And now let's create some link styles. So we need to scroll down. And we see the other styles we had applied here in our page already. Let's take this text. I'll just highlight all of this. Then I can do Shift, Alt, and the down arrow and copy that down. I'll put a comma there to separate them inside the object. And I'll make this link. Now we just want to change a couple of things. For most part, it's the same, but here I do want to add a text decoration line, set that to underline, and then under this I want to put some padding. Let's set that to 4. Now if we leave this as is, they're going to be just right on top of each other, or essentially one right above the other, the title, and then the link would be directly under it. So let's put a little bit of margin here on this title, and right now we've called this text. Maybe we want to change that name. So I'm going to say margin bottom, set that to 120. Let's go ahead and change this so we know what we're referring to. Title here, then we need to scroll back up where it's applied, and we need to find that. It says coffee shop styles dot title. Now here we need to go ahead and apply the style to the link. So style equals styles dot link. Everything's applied. Let's take a quick look at that in our browser, and you can look, of course, in your Go app if you want to. So now we have coffee shop and explore. It's a big link. I don't think we would normally want to keep it that big, but it should take us to the explore page, right? Let's click it and find out. There it is. No problem. We're at the explore page. Notice the header automatically gives us a back arrow so we can go back to that home page. There it is. So coffee shop and explore. Now, this isn't something I would want to keep on the app. It doesn't look that great. I just wanted to show you how to create a link. However, a button might look good here. And we can create a button with the link tag if we use the as child prop. So let's go back and do that. Back in VS Code, let's go ahead and scroll up for a little bit of room, and we're going to change this link into a button. And I'm going to come down here with a little bit of extra for the lines. After that, what we want to do is apply that as child prop here. Now, inside of this, the child needs to support the on-press and the on-click functions, so, or events, if you will. So what we need there is something from React Native that will do that. Unfortunately, it has something that we can import here at the top called Pressable. So once we've imported Pressable, let's put that inside of the link. And let's just wrap that around the word explore. And now we can't just leave the text explore there. It needs to be inside of text itself. So let's go ahead and put in text as well, and then put explore inside of that. Now we haven't applied styles yet, but we do have the basic outline here of a button. Let me get rid of, or let me add a little space here between the coffee shop title and the button we're creating and the image background. So this is what we're looking at. And now we just need to apply some styles here to make it look like a button. And we're going to change this style above. As a matter of fact, we only have one property now that we want to apply to the link, and that will be to center the whole thing. So we can say margin horizontal. There we can set that to auto. So that's kind of like MX auto when we're writing CSS. So that would be the margins on the left and the right set to auto, which will center the button. Okay, now we still have the as child prop. It just wrapped down here. But now the pressable. It's going to need a button style, and even our text will probably want to style that too. So let's go down and add those to our style object below. I'm going to start by highlighting the link here, once again pressing Shift, Alt, and the down arrow to just copy that down, put a comma here, and now I'm going to change this to button text because it will have several similarities. So the color will still be the same, the size will be different. Let's drop this way down to 16 from that 42. Okay, bold, we want to keep that. Text align, center, yes, that's good. I'm not going to leave it underlined. I think the button will be obvious that you could click it. The background, no, that will be styled with the button itself. And a padding of 4, let's go ahead and keep that. So now let's put the button style just above the button text. Another comma here in our object. And now let's add the button styles. Let's go with a height of 60, a border radius of 20, background color similar but not quite the same. We'll go RGB VA once again. Still go with black, so 3 zeros, but then 0.75 for the opacity, just a little darker, not quite as see-through, and a padding of 6. Okay, with those styles saved, we've got button and button text. Let's now apply them up here. So style equals styles.button, and now here for the text we'll have style equals styles.button text. Okay, now with those changes in place, let's go back to the browser or look in your Expo Go app and see what we've got. We've got a button that says Explore, but it's not quite centered. Let's go back and add one more style to make that button look just a little better. Here we go. Let's bring that up, come down to our style for the button itself, and I think we want to have a justify content. Let's put that center. Save, and let's go back and take one more look at our button. It looks much better now. Click that, and it takes us straight to the Explore page. Looks good. We can click the arrow and go back. So we've got our coffee shop and an Explore button. So we've looked at a couple of ways of navigating. We've had a link, or we've had a link turned into a button with the as child prop. Now we should notice here in the Expo router, it's based on the files. So we have our index and we have our Explore file. And you can see we go to /explore or / you don't have to type index. It would just be the root, which is just the /. That's kind of the default convention in web apps and in React Native as well. So just the / leads you to index. But now let's go ahead and change this. I talked about creating a contact page as your assignment in the last lesson. Let's go ahead and link to contact, and let's put the text in here as contact us. And then let's right click on the Explore file, choose rename. Let's name this contact. And we could even change the extension once again from TSX to JSX if you're not using TypeScript, because that would be the convention for a file that wasn't using TypeScript. So there we've got the two files. We can save that. If you want, we could still check the link to make sure everything's working as we expect it to. And here we go. Click that. Yep, still looks good. Now it says contact at the top, which is the name of the file. And we come back to our home page. Now let's look at that root layout file. Back in VS Code, we're still ignoring the tabs. We had renamed the layout file there. We're not using it at all. What we're currently using is the root layout. And we see several things, actually several lines of code already in this file, but here is the title, root layout. And what I want to highlight in this file, if we scroll down a little bit, is the use of stack. So besides being wrapped in the theme provider, which handles our light and dark, we have stack here. So if we scroll up, we can see where stack is imported from Expo Router. So this stacks screens and it helps the navigation. Now we can see right now it just stacked to tabs, which is a specially named directory we'll talk more about later. And then it went to the special not found file, which we'll also talk about later. We'll leave not found there for now, which is the page that comes up if a page or a screen cannot be found, like a 404 on the web. But here, instead of this tabs, I'm going to highlight this line and click or press Control and the / to just comment that line out. We want to add a stack for each file that we now have here in the app directory. So we have contact and index. Let's add stack. Spell that correctly. I need to come back so I can see what I'm typing. There we go. Stack dot screen. And then we provide a name, as you see. And here we want to name index, not a /, but index. And we can provide options like we see here in what we had commented out above. Let me press Alt-Z so that wraps down as well. And we can see the full options here. It says header shown false. So for example, let's set some options on the index. We'll say options equals 2 curly brackets. And let's put the title as home. And then of course we can close this out. So we'll go /, close that out. Oh, I need to make that an actual string. I just typed home, so let's put that inside of a string. Okay, and now Shift Alt and the down arrow to copy that line down, and we'll change index to contact. Now this title will be contact us. So we should see that now in the header as well. Let's go back and see if those changes were applied. So now we have home up here instead of index. When we go to the contact us button and click that, we now see contact us here at the top instead of just a lowercase contact. And that's all in the header by default because of those options that we put in. Now, what if we don't want to see this big white header here at the top and we just want a full page of this delicious iced coffee? Well, we can do that too. So let's go back to our stack here. We can set another option, which we had header shown. So put this and say header shown, and we'll set that to false. So now we should still see the header on the contact us page, but the header should be hidden on our home page. So if we go back and look once again in the app, now no header on this page, just a full picture of this delicious iced coffee. Click contact us. We still have the header on the contact us page. And I believe this looks a little bit better on my phone than it does on the web. So here's a shot of my phone. And now back in VS Code, I talked about these special files over here. You can see there are two. There's a plus html.tsx. And if you click on that, and I'll press Alt-Z once again to wrap this down, but it says this file is web only and used to configure the root HTML for every web page during static rendering. We don't need to worry about that. We're not going to change anything in this file. The plus not dash found file though, here, this is an interesting file. This is what shows up if we possibly request a screen that doesn't exist. And here you see this screen doesn't exist and the title is oops. And notice this, we have the stack inside of this component. And you can do this with any component. So we could do it in the index or the contact as well. And this will override any options that were set in the layout. When we set the options here in the layout for index or contact, we could set a different title with stack inside of the contact, and it would overwrite what we had here, for example, or the same with any other setting like header shown. So let's once again look at the not found, and you can see they applied the title inside the not found file instead of applying it here inside of the layout. So just another possibility there. Let's go back and quickly request a page that doesn't exist. So I'll go from the home page, and up here in the URL bar, I'll just type /Dave, which we know doesn't exist, and that's what we get. We get our title at the top, oops, and we get this screen doesn't exist, and there's a link to go back to the home screen, and that's what we expect. Okay, back in VS Code, now we've got something else to talk about, and that is groups. So the tab directory here you see in parentheses. Now this is a special directory, but we can create any directory in parentheses, and that defines a group. So I'll click on app here and create a new directory, and I'll make it parentheses coffee. Now, anytime you create a directory like this, it's going to need its own layout file inside. So we'll create a layout file here, name it _layout.jsx. At the top of this file, we're going to import something called slot, and that comes from Expo Router. Slot is a lot like the children if you're used to React, because the children are passed in, and especially in Next.js, we pass those into a layout file as well and wrap those. And then it allows us to apply anything else that we want to apply to all of the other screens or pages, if you will, inside of that branch, just like we have our coffee group here. So if we put a header in this layout, then it would apply to every screen that goes inside coffee, for example. But for now, I'm just going to define this layout simply with export default function, call it coffee layout. And inside of here, all we really need to do is return slot. So this is at a minimum what you would need in a layout file. And again, slot is just like passing the children down that you may have been used to in React. Okay, once you do that, let's go ahead and drag these files that we were using in the main page. Let's drag them into the coffee group now. So it's just a little different than what we had before. Now, we would need to change some things in our application to support this. So if we went back to the layout, well, we won't have these now. Instead, we'll need to have a stack for our group, just like you see here with tabs. So I'm going to comment these out. And I will uncomment the tabs briefly. And now here I'll press Shift, Alt, and the down arrow. And I'll type coffee in here. And now I'll go ahead and comment that back out. So now, for example, we have our stack.screen, and we're applying this to the entire group. So we're saying header shown to everything, to every screen inside of the coffee group. We do not want to have the header shown, or anything else actually we'd put in options would apply to all of that. Now, what also might be, or what you might use a group for, is just for organization if you were getting a large project. Now notice, I don't have to type /coffee. The name coffee itself will be hidden from that URL path, or the path we type to go to pages. So our app will still find the index page that is here inside of coffee, and then we'll have contact as well. So back in the application, let's open that up in the browser, and let's go back to the home screen. There we go. We can even reload just to make sure everything loads in as expected. Looks good. Now, can we still go to Contact Us? Yes, we can. No problem there. So we go back to the Contact Us page. But notice, since in that coffee group, we said do not show the header, now we don't have the header up here allowing me to go back in the web. Now, on your phone, you should be able to swipe back and still go back to that home page. Here, I'm going to have to click the back button to go back to the home page because we hid the header for the entire coffee group with our stack option. And now back in VS Code, I'm going to comment out the stack for the coffee group as well, and I'm going to uncomment the tabs group. And that, again, is a specially named directory. Now we're kind of back to where we started. So I'm going to drag our index back into tabs. I'm going to drag contact back into tabs. I'm going to rename the layout here so it is once again applied to our application. So I just want to get rid of that X that we put in front of it. Press enter. So now we have our tabs group directory that has the underscore layout file that is required, also contact and index. So as mentioned, tabs is a special directory, and that directory tells the Expo router to use the tabs layout. And the layout file inside of tabs, which is what we're looking now, that controls how the tab bar and each button on the tab bar looks and behaves. So the files inside make up the content of the tabs now. So index and contact, for example, make up the different contact or content of the tabs. And we can see here we've got a tabs.screen, and there is one for index, another tabs.screen, there's one for explore that we need to rename to contact. So let's do that, contact, and we'll put the title here. It's contact, because yeah, I'll stick with contact there. It will be easier for the icon button that we have. And we can change those icons. We're going to look at that too. But now let's just go back and look at our application, and it should be more of what we were used to seeing. Looks like I need to reload the application as well. There we go. So now we have our home and our contact buttons once again at the bottom in these tabs. Now I keep getting that warning because of some things that are on this explore page, I think by default in that project, but don't worry about what you see over here. So here is the tabs menu, and we can go back and forth, but let's look at how we can customize this a bit more to fit our application. Now, here's how it looks on my phone, which looks better, I believe, than it does on the web. Yeah, definitely the web doesn't seem to adapt to the light and dark mode with the bar here at the bottom, and it seems to always be white. However, on my phone, it always seems to change with light and dark mode as I'd expect it to. Okay, back in VS Code, let's look at how this tabs layout really works. And you can see the function is tab layout, and we're bringing in the color scheme from the use color scheme hook. And the first thing we see is where that is used here inside of the parent tabs that have been imported, not tabs.screen, but just using tabs to wrap around everything else. And we pass some screen options. So this can set different options for those icons and what we see inside of our tab bar. Also, we set header shown to false here. Notice the tab bar active tint color. So this applies the color scheme to our bar. And there's another setting I'm going to want to put here for inactive as well. So let me go ahead and do that just by putting the space. Then I'll highlight line 14, do Shift Alt and the down arrow. So I've got both. I guess I didn't need that space if I did that. Right now, they still have the same name, but what I want here is tab bar inactive tint color. Now, we're bringing in a colors object up here above. And what we're checking here with the color scheme is it says light or dark. And this is bracket notation right here, getting that from an object. So if it says dark, we're getting the dark theme from colors. If it says light, we're getting the light theme. And then it's using the nullish coalescing operator here. And essentially that's saying if this is null or undefined, it's going to default to light. Well, once you go to light, then that has its own object for the theme, and we're looking at the tint property. And just to show you that, I can hold down Control and click on colors here, so you can see colors is an object, but then that object has two different objects in it, the two themes, light and dark. So we're looking at light.tint, and you can see the tint color light variable here that is set above. So it's really this color. Likewise, if it was dark, it would be tint color dark, which is set up here, which is white. So it does change according to the theme, and we can change those colors if we want to as well. Something else we might want is to set the header align. And there are several properties that you could look up in the docs, but it's header, title, align. I believe if you just start typing header here, you will see quite a few that you could use. So say we'd want to put that to center. I don't know that I do want to keep it at center, but say we do. Let's take a look at that real quick. So if we go back to our application, click on Contact Us. Oh, we're not showing the header yet. Let me go ahead and set the header to true, and then we could probably see if it was centered. That would make sense. Okay, we go back here, take another look. Yep, contact is now centered. If I go back to home, home is now centered. So that did make a difference on those headings. Now I don't necessarily want a heading, or maybe I just want it on contact. We'll come back and make those changes as well. What I think I'll go with is no heading, just because we'll have that bar at the bottom that will allow us to navigate. So I'll have false here, and then I won't even need this header title line, but I wanted to show you it could be there. So I'll just comment it out as an example for you. And now, just to show how we can change those colors, let's go back into our color theme and let's change this theme. Instead of tint color light being the color that is defined here, let's change it to orange. We should be able to notice that. And then the tab icon default right here, let's go ahead and change that as well. I want to change it to C68E17, which is a caramel or caramel color, if you will, depending on how you pronounce that. I hear it both ways. Okay, now that we've made those changes, if we go back and look at the application, we can now see we have orange icons. And of course, when it's selected or focused, it has a little different color than when it's not. And it should, of course, look a little different on the phone as well. Here's mine. Back in VS Code, let's close that colors file now. And let's scroll down to look at the rest of this. So what we see here is each file that we now have has a tabs.screen. We're passing in the name. And then there's some options here also. So if I wanted that title to be Contact Us here, for example, I would put Contact Us. Here we have a tab bar icon for each. And you can see we're using a tab bar icon that is imported up here, a component. So now this tab bar icon receives a color. And that color is coming from the theme, so that, of course, changed the color of our icons. And it also has focused. So you're going to see a different icon when it's focused and when it's not. This would just be a Boolean, true or false, to see if it has focused. So you're either getting the home icon or the home dash outline icon. Now we changed our other one from explore to contact us. So maybe we want to change this icon. Right now it is a code slash or a code slash outline. So where can we find more icons? Well, if I hold down Control and click Tab Bar Icon, we go into that file. Now I'll press Alt-Z to wrap this down. You can see there's a comment that was left for us here. You can explore the built-in icon families and icons on the web, and it gives us the URL used to find those icons that we can then use here in React Native and Expo. So I have copied this icons.expo.fyi, and let's go there in our browser. So I'm going to go to a different tab, paste that URL in, and pull that site up. This looks pretty good. Let's see what they might have here if I type the word contact in. And yeah, there's a contacts icon, but we want like contact us. So maybe we're thinking more people, or maybe you'd want a phone icon. You can pick what one you like. I think I'm going to go for something with people, which we typically see, or people-circle. Let's see if I can spell circle right. Do they have that? Yes. This is something we typically see. So people-circle, people-circle-outline. So we could use both of those to switch between the two. Remember, we're using just a regular icon and then usually the outline version of it when it doesn't have focus. Now notice both of these are coming from icons, I believe is how you pronounce that, icons. So that's not where all of them come from on this site. You might have to do a different import if you were using one that didn't come from there, and we might do that later, but right now we're already using this, or the app is already using this for the icons it was bringing in. Back in VS Code, in the tab bar icon component that we have here, you can see it already imports icons from Expo vector-icons/ionicons. So we're already using that specific library with this tab bar icon. So we're good to go there. Back in the layout that's inside of the tabs directory, we can now replace the code slash. I'll press Alt-Z to wrap that down, but we're going to change this code slash, and I'll press Control-D to select both of them, into people-circle. And we also, of course, had people-circle-outline. So now we can check the app to see if it has applied the new icon when we go back to the test page. And yes, we have the new contact us name and the icon here that shows the people. And when it's not selected, of course, it looks different than when it is selected. Okay, we're back in VS Code at the end of this lesson, but remember your assignment from the last lesson to take that Explore page and turn it into a contact page. We did a little bit today by changing the name of the file and, of course, some of the links to the contact page, but if you haven't completed that assignment, this is a great time to continue working on that until the next lesson, and don't be afraid to use the theme text component, for example, that they've created for you. You can check out that file, but the nice thing about it compared to the normal text is it's already going to apply that color scheme, whether it's light or dark. So go ahead and turn the contact page, what used to be the Explore page, into a contact page for the coffee shop if you haven't. And in the near future, I'll show you what I have also done with that file to turn it into a contact page. But the next lesson is about lists in React Native. I've got VS Code open, and we're starting today's lesson with the completed code from the previous lesson, which was lesson 3. Okay, let's open a terminal window, and let's go ahead and start our application with npx expo start. Now we're going to make several changes today, but I like to just start the project and so we can see those changes refresh, either in our browser, or remember you can use the Expo Go app and scan the QR code that's provided when you start the app that we see right here. So you can use that for your mobile device, and of course we can open it up in a browser just by pressing W, which will open the web browser. And here's how the app currently looks in the web browser. Of course, this is full screen. It doesn't look as good as if we open it up with DevTools open and show more of a mobile phone view. And if you're not sure how I show this view, make sure you watch the previous lessons because I've gone over that a couple of times. Here in dev mode, and we've got the DevTools open, I can show the frame for whichever phone that I pick from this drop menu. So I'm using an iPhone 6, 7, 8 size right now. And you see the basic app. We can go to the Contact Us page, which we hadn't changed much, but remember I gave you an assignment where you could change the details, and I'd like to see how you did. You're going to see my results for that later in this video. But for now, let's get started in VS Code. Okay, back in VS Code, I'm going to close the terminal window. We're going to learn about list views today, but let's clean up this Coffee Shop app a little bit before we get to the list views. And we've already learned about tabs, but I don't really want to use tabs in this application. We had that Contact Us button on the home page, and we're just going to navigate with a couple of buttons. So let's move the index and the contact files out of this tabs directory and back just into the app directory itself. So we'll drag both of those into the app directory here in the file tree. We can highlight the tabs directory now and just press delete to get rid of that. And this coffee directory was just an example for how to use groups in the last video, so we can delete that as well. But now that's going to lead us to our layout, the underscore layout file, because remember, this is a special page and it handles how we navigate with stacks. And so we need to adjust this because we're not using tabs anymore. But more than just the tabs, which we'll come back to, or the stack, I should say, after we're not using tabs, we will scroll to the top here because we're going to make some changes to the imports as well. I'll press Alt-Z to wrap any code that was extending off the screen. We're not going to use this React navigation / native here that is imported, the dark theme, default theme, and theme provider. So we can get rid of all of that, and you'll see what change I make with that in a moment. We're also not going to use this React Native reanimated, so let's remove that as well. But let's add a couple of things as well. So one thing we need to import now, as I press enter and come down to the next line, is appearance. And so this is going to come from React Native. A quick look at the React Native docs, and it says the appearance module exposes information about the user's appearance preferences, such as their preferred color scheme, light or dark. So we're actually going to use appearance to determine the light or dark color scheme. If you've noticed in the previous lessons, actually the web view was not applying the proper light or dark theme. It was sticking with light. And we saw that in the tabs and some other changes as well. Now using appearance, we'll be able to see those changes both not only on our device, but also in the web view. Back in VS Code, we can now remove this import of the use color scheme hook because we'll be using appearance instead for that. But we do want to import, and I'm on the wrong keys, but we do want to import our colors file or our colors object that has our themes in it. So it comes from our colors file as well, but it is our colors object. So we'll be using that. And now when we define the color scheme, we see here on line 13, we'll get rid of that use color scheme hook, and instead we'll say appearance dot get color scheme, which is the method we call on appearance, and that will give us our color scheme that we can now use inside of this layout. Now we need to determine the theme that we would get from this colors file. Remember, it has our light and dark theme. So let's define the theme. We'll say const theme, set this equal to a ternary that checks this color scheme to say if it's equal to dark, then we're going to return the dark theme. So it would be colors.dark. And likewise, if it's not dark, we'll return colors.light. And that's all we need then to define the theme. But now we need to apply the theme. So let's scroll down, and it was applied through the theme provider, which we're no longer going to use. So we'll delete that out of our file, but we are going to apply it through our stack. So this parent stack that we have wrapped around the other stacks, which we will also change to represent now not using tabs, but this parent stack can have its own options. So we'll set the screen options, and let's go ahead and set those now. We'll have a first one here called header style, and it receives its own object with background color. And here we can set this equal to theme, but we don't have a background color. We have a background, but let's go ahead and add a background color to our colors file. So if we scroll back up, I'm going to hold down the Control key and click Colors. Now here are our themes. So let's add a header background. I'll put it right after the regular background. We'll say, well, let's call it, we could say background header or header background. I'll say header background. And now I'm going to use RGB here, RGB, and then parentheses 242, 242, 242. And now I'm going to copy this line with Control C, come down into the dark theme where we also need to have a header background color. And we can just change this number 242 to the number 1, which is fairly dark. Okay, now we can use header background in both themes with that change. So let's close this file, close whatever file I accidentally opened there. Now we're back in our layout file. So now that we have a header background, we should be able to say theme dot and see our header background file choice there. Now this isn't the only style we want to apply, but it is the only one that is applied with header style. We can also change the header text color by using header tint color. And here we'll set this equal to theme.text. And then one more setting here, header shadow visible, and we'll set this to false. This controls the line, essentially the bottom border on the header, and I don't want to show that line across the bottom. And finally, let's make the changes to our stack screens. So instead of tab, we know we're going to have index, and the options for index, we'll put header shown false, so that's correct. But after that, we could also have a, oops, I did not get a comma. Fumbling with the correct keys today. There we go. We'll have a title, and let's go ahead and set that to home. Okay, after that, let's go Shift, Alt, and the down arrow, because we're going to have similar options here. But this is going to be the contact page, which we already have. And here we'll say header shown true. And after that, let's give this a title of contact us. And now let's get one more. Oh, besides the title, I should mention this. We could just leave this title contact, refer to, but we can also have, let me put a comma, have a header title. Now this will be what shows. So we'll say contact us. Okay, now Shift Alt and the down arrow one more time. I'm going to change the one here in the middle because I'll view contact as actually the third page. Now we're going to create one for a page or a file we haven't added yet. And this is going to be menu, but let's change the header title that displays to a longer title, coffee shop menu. There we go. And finally, let's add options to our not found here as well. So we can have options equals, we'll have header shown, and we'll set that to false. With those changes in place, we probably have an error in our application because we haven't actually created the menu page yet, which it looks like I didn't change that to menu as I intended to up here. So let me switch this to menu as well and save that change. But after that, yeah, we probably have an error. So now what we need to do is create our menu page. But before we create that, I want to take a quick look at the docs and show you the different type of list views available. And we're in the React Native docs under using list views. And you can see it says there is a flat list or a section list type of list view. So what's the difference really between just using a regular data array and mapping over it like we would in React, possibly rendering unordered list items, or using one of these specialized views? Well, the flat list component displays a scrolling list of changing but similarly structured data. So that would be our typical data array. Notice it already says it has scrolling built in. And it works well for long lists of data where the numbers of items might change over time. Consider maybe a to-do list, for example, that we'd see in a tutorial, but many other types of data that you would, of course, request from somewhere and bring into your application. It says, unlike the more generic scroll view, the flat list only renders elements that are currently showing on the screen. So it has greater performance. It's only going to render the things that you currently see on the screen instead of everything in the list. So it does not render all of the elements at once like a scroll view would. And it requires two props, data and the item that is being rendered. But it has a lot of other optional props that can be passed to it, and we'll look at some of those as well. Now, the only difference between the flat list and the section list is the section list actually handles several different arrays of data that you could create. So this is an example of a flat list here as we see a list of names. As I scroll down though, this is a section list example, and you can see this is like in your contacts of your phone. So they've broken out all the names that start with D, all the names that start with J, and each section can have its own divider or a header, if you will, to break those out. So if you had one giant list of names, you might have to break it up by filtering it to the different letters or something like that, and then of course displaying those in the section list. So that's kind of a specific use. You're much more often going to use the flat list. So that's what we're going to use today as we add a coffee menu to our coffee shop app. And back in VS Code at the same level that our index and contact pages are at, let's create a new page and let's name this menu.jsx. Now, inside this file, we're going to have a lot of imports from React Native, and we'll just add those as we use them. But we'll start off with Style Sheet. You know, we always use that one. Other than that, we're going to want to import that colors object again that has our themes, because we'll use our themes on this page. So that comes from we need quotes there, @/constants and /colors. There we go. Now, after that, we go ahead and start the function before we import anything else. Export default function, let's call this menu screen. Now inside of this, the first thing we can do once again is say const color scheme. Let's set that equal to, and right away we need another import up here, and that would be the appearance that we just recently added to the layout as well. So we can say appearance .get color scheme. Now that we have the color scheme, let's once again define the theme. So the theme is equal to that ternary color scheme equals dark. Then we're going to return colors.dark. Else we're going to return colors.light. Okay, after that, we're going to define styles, and I'm going to do it a little bit differently than you've seen me do it in the previous tutorials. I'm going to create a function, not just an object. So just below our menu screen function, I'll press return here, and let's go ahead and say function, and then create styles. I'm going to pass in the theme and the color scheme when I call this function. And then inside the function, we'll return the style sheet .create, and this is where we'll add styles to our page. Now I'm not ready to add the styles yet, but I'll go ahead and call the function up here, and then we'll be able to use the styles as we have been. So I'll say create styles, and I'm going to pass in the theme and the color scheme value to this function, and we'll use those to determine what styles we're using at certain points. And now here's something else you haven't seen in a previous tutorial. I need to define a container for the app, and that is because we get a different response in the web than we do on mobile devices when it comes to the container for a flat list, for example, or any one of our list views. And you don't want to put a flat list inside of a scroll view on your mobile device because they both scroll, and that can create two different scrolling environments and they get out of sync. The web doesn't seem to mind that so much. So there's something called a safe area view. Let's take a quick look at that so you'll know what we're going to use on the mobile devices versus using the scroll view on the web. Back in the docs here, looking at safe area view. It says the purpose of safe area view is to render content within the safe area boundaries of a device. So it's only applicable to iOS devices with iOS version 11 or later, It doesn't say it's only applicable to certain Android devices, so I'm going to assume it works on all of those. But it says it renders nested content and automatically applies padding to reflect the portion of the view that is not covered by the navigation bars, tab bars, toolbars, or other views. So even more importantly, or most importantly, it says safe areas paddings reflect the physical limitation of the screen, rounded corners, camera notches, all of that. So by creating this safe area, that's where we're not kind of intruding on anything else that needs to be on the screen. So it's smart to use a safe area view. So that's what we're going to use for this screen on a mobile device. Back in VS Code, you can see I was about to define container here. Let's add the imports we need at the top. I need to import platform because we're going to make a decision based on the platform that we're on. Then I also need safe area view. Okay, now defining the container is going to use platform. So we'll say platform.os. Now we can check to see if this equals web. We could also check to see if it said Android or iOS. So that helps us put platform specific things into our application. Here, I'm going to use a scroll view, which I'll also need to import above if it's the web. But if it's not, I'm going to use the safe area view that we talked about. Okay, Alt-Z to wrap that down. Now up here, let's go ahead and import the scroll view as well. So the scroll view will work on our web rendered version of the app, and the safe area view will work on the others. I have tried the safe area view on the web version, and it blocked scrolling actually. So that did not work for me with the flat list. You may know of another solution, or if you come across one, that's great, but this is what's working for me. Safe area view on a mobile device, scroll view as a parent to the flat list on a web application. Okay, with this in place, we are ready to start the return for our menu screen function. So let's say return, and get my right hand on the right keys, return, and now we need our container. This is the parent container that the flat list will go in. Let's create a little space, and we'll be able to add that flat list here, but first let's go ahead and import it at the top as well. Flat list. And now we can use that down here in our code. So we'll start off with flat list. And now flat list has a couple of required props. Remember, we had data. We'll set that equal to, and for now, let's put in an empty array. We also are required to have the render item. Now, render item is going to have a function inside of it. So here's the curly brackets, and we could put in a function. It's going to pull the items out of that data array. So here we would have the beginning of our arrow function. Then we can destructure item here, and after that, we'll have our arrow for the function, and whatever we're going to return from the function can be here inside of our parentheses. Now at this point, I need to import view, text, and image. We're going to have all of those. So let's import view, let's also import text, and let's import image from React Native. But before we can use view, text, and image, we actually need to have the data. So instead of this empty array, we need to have some data to work with, to put things inside of the view text and know what image to call. So that's going to create a couple of constants in our application. We have this constants directory here that has the color themes in it already, not components, constants. There we go. Here's the color themes file. Let's create another new file inside of constants, and I'm going to name this menu items. And this will just be a JS file since we're not using TypeScript. Remember, if you want to use TypeScript, you can, no problem. I'm going to paste this in, and we can quickly take a look at this example data. So I'm just got a menu items export. It is a constant, it is an array of data, and it has 10 objects in it. Each object has an ID, a title, and a description for a menu item for the coffee shop. Now we also need images for these items. So let's go to Assets and click on the Images directory. Now let's create a new directory inside of Images and call it Menu. Now I'm going to drag some images that I already have into this Images directory. So you can find these images in the GitHub resources for Lesson 4. Now I'll drag these over and we'll put them in the Menu directory. Now there are 10 different images of different menu items, such as the espresso here that we see. So each one of these is about 300 by 300, I believe, and you can see the dimensions here. And we're going to use them in a little smaller size than that even in the menu list that we render on our menu page. Okay, let's close this and go back to our constants directory, and let's create one more file here. Let's call this menu images.js. Now inside this file, I'll just paste the contents and we can go over what there is. I'm importing each one of those 10 images here. And then with an export default, I am exporting an array that has each of the 10 images in here. Now remember, arrays are indexed from 0 going forward instead of 1. So espresso would be in position 0, Americano would be in position 1. That's going to come into play when we pull these images out and use them in our menu screen. So now that we have both menu items and images, let's save these constant files and close out of them and go back to our menu.jsx file where we can now put together our render item. So now to use that data, we're going to need to import it. So let's start back up here under colors and we will import more constants. So I'm going to import menu underscore items, and that's going to come from constants slash, and we should have menu items. Now I can just copy that down with Shift Alt and the down arrow, and instead of menu items, now we're going to import menu images. Oh, this will not have the curly brackets either. It was a default. So here we'll have menu images, and this is going to come from menu images here. So I'll just change this one, get my casing correctly. Okay, now we've got both of those imported and we can use them below as we render. So when we come down to our data, the first thing we want to do here is replace this empty array with menu underscore items. That is our data array. Now, as some of you know, when you map over an item in React, you need to provide each item with its own key, and the flat list also expects a key. As a matter of fact, by default, it expects a property in each object that you're mapping over to be key. But you don't have to do that, and you can get away from that if you go ahead and provide a key extractor. So that's what we're going to do here, key extractor, because our key is going to be the ID. So this takes a function where it receives each item as well. And now with each item, we're going to say item.id.toString. And this will make each ID one of the item keys there, or the item key for each item that goes through. So that's how you do that if you don't have a property in your object named key. Let's go ahead and add the render item, and then we can come back to more props and styles and other things that we'll add to our list. So here we're going to start with a view, and this view is going to be the parent, and it's going to wrap around another view, and then we're going to have some text. And besides that text, we're going to have another line of text for the description, so title and description. Finally, after that, we're going to have an image in here. And this image is going to have a source that we can set now because we have brought in the menu images constant. So the source is going to equal menu underscore images. And then remember what I said about the index position. So it's going to be item.id, which is a number, minus 1, because our IDs start at 1, but the array index starts at 0. So that espresso image is ID of 1, but it's at position 0 in the array. And that's why we need to subtract 1 every time we go through. After that, we will have some styles we apply to the image as well. But for now, let's just close out that image. So this is our render item. We could go ahead and put some of the text in here though, because we do have that data as well. So this will be item.title, and then we should have item.description underneath it, item.description. And that's really all we're going to have. We're going to have an image, the title, and description, and then of course the parent view that wraps around everything. Now this still looks like an error because we haven't closed out our flat list yet. So let's go ahead and do that. save our file. And now we should at least be able to see something on the screen without an error. Let's go ahead and open a terminal window. We should go ahead and maybe just stop the server. I'll type clear to clear some of that out of the terminal. Let's just restart everything with npx expo start. And that should clear out any errors we might have had as we were removing files and the different things we changed here in the application. Once the bundler starts up, I'm going to press W to check out the application here on the web and see how it looks for all of us. You can, of course, scan this QR code as well and check it out with your Expo Go app on your mobile device. So I'll press W. This should open it up in the browser for us. I'm going to go into DevTools so I get more of a mobile view. And now I want to go to /menu and see what we get. I'm not expecting something to look great, but I am expecting to see the data. And this is what we have. So there's our title, espresso. There's the description, strong concentrated coffee. And here is the espresso image. And we should have this for all 10 items that will be on the menu. Likewise, we see our coffee shop menu title up here at the top. Now on a mobile device, you're going to see the arrow over here as well. On the web, you don't see that because you can just use the back button to go back. Let's just leave it open to this page for now since we haven't set up the navigation on the home page to get here yet. And we'll go ahead and start styling this. Back in VS Code, let's close that terminal window and start adding some styles. Now, one of the things about styling a flat list is there are many props that handle some styles and let us add extra things to the list. It even lets us style the parent container. So let's start with that, or at least close to starting with that. We'll have data, we'll say key extractor, and let's put it underneath that. Here, let's say shows vertical scroll indicator, set this equal to false, so we don't end up seeing a scroll bar on any mobile device. After that, I'm going to say content container style. Now this is where we would actually style the container that is wrapped around it. Now it doesn't have to be named container, but it essentially styles the parent of the flat list. So we can create some styles for that back in our styles function. I'll start right here and I'll name this content container. You can start setting up some styles. Let's go padding top and I'll make this 10. Padding bottom, let's make it 20. After that, padding horizontal, so on the left and the right, set to 12. And the background color, this is where we can use the theme.background, our background color that is passed in to the function. Now it says theme.background color. Let me make sure that's right. I want to scroll up here to the top and theme is being set with the colors. So let's see what we're importing here. And it just says theme background, not background color. That's what I thought. So I just want to make that theme.background. Oops, wrong keys again, theme.background. And that should set the correct color for the content container. Let's go ahead and apply that up here now. So we once again can just work with styles like we're used to. Now I can say content container and have those applied. Now, I don't know how much we'll see yet from that, but let's go ahead and take a look to see what it applied. And yes, now we have the correct darker background as I am here on dark mode on this mobile device that's rendering in a web view here. Back in VS Code, I'm going to scroll up just a little bit. And after our content container style, we can also add a separator between items. So I'm going to say item, if I put my hands on the right keys, I need to stop doing that. Item separator component. And we can define that up above. So I'll define a separate component up here at the top, just underneath container. I'll say const separator, and let's call it separator component, just so it's clear. Component, let's have that equal to view, and we can put styles on it here, or we could put them, I believe, inside of the flat list as well, but I'll do one here at least. So style is going to equal, and this is where I might say styles.separator, if we name it that, and we'll need to add those styles. But now that I have this component, I'm going to put it right here inside of the flat list. Now we can add those styles below before we take a look. Put the comma here and say separator. Start the object. And let's set this to a height of just 1, so it's a small little line as a separator. Now, background color. I'm going to use a ternary here and use the color scheme that we passed in. So I might be using a color, for example, that isn't part of one of our themes. So here I'll say dark. So if the color scheme is dark, then I'm going to use Papaya Whip, and that wasn't in one of our themes, I don't think. But if otherwise, if it's not dark, then I'm going to use black as the background color. Now let's set the width at 50%, and this would be on mobile devices or any smaller device. But then let's set the max width, if this is somehow viewed in a widescreen, to 300. Then margin horizontal. This will make it centered if we set it to auto. And then finally, margin bottom, let's set that to 10. Okay, let's save that and let's look at the changes once again on the page. And it's hard to see. The line is here. It's just at the bottom of each image though. We're not here. It's easier to see on this dark one. So you can see the line right here, and it's going to be at the bottom of every image as I scroll through. Now this will look much better as we add the rest of the styling, but the separator is there. Back in VS Code, let's go back up to our flat list. Now besides adding a separator, the flat list also supports headers and footers. So you can say list header component and set that equal to a header. You can say list footer component, set that equal to a footer. You can also style them. So like list footer component style, and you can pass styles in. So just for example, let's create a header and a footer. I'll scroll up here just by our separator component, and I'll say const header component. Let's set this equal to some text. And with the text, we could apply styles here as well, but I'll say top of list. And now let me just copy that down with Shift Alt and the down arrow. I'll change this to footer component. And here we'll say end of list. So two very simple components to add there. And now I'll just copy the header component, paste it into the spot that we have here, and then do the same for the footer. And it looks like we need to add some footer styles. So we could add some footer styles to our style below and apply those as well. I'll just go ahead and center that. So we'll say footer comp. And inside of this, we'll say margin horizontal, and we'll set that to auto for that footer. Now let's bring it back up and apply that style. So we should have styles.footer comp. Okay, so we've added a header and a footer. Let's see if we can see that text on the dark background. I think it's going to be hard to see, but maybe I can highlight some of it. I might have to exit out of the dev tools to highlight, but now there you can see top of list here. We didn't change the color, but it added that to the list, and then we have the description. You can see our separators, especially now that I'm in widescreen, have centered here. And if we scroll all the way to the bottom, we see end of list. Here it is, centered at the bottom of the page. So I'll go back to the mobile view here in my web browser. Remember, you can go ahead and scan and see that refresh in your Expo Go app as well. And I'll be showing you a picture of mine by the time we finish styling this. Back in VS Code, I'm going to comment out that header component, the list header component, because I really didn't want to use that. But the end of list, that looks okay, or we could say end of menu. That would make more sense for our use. So I'll comment out this definition, but I'll leave it there for you to see inside of the course repo. Okay, now when we come down here, there's one more thing we can add, and there are other options. I'm not going through all of them. You can explore this as well to see what all you can add as props to the flat list. But here we can also say list empty component. This is important, especially when we're requesting data from an API or something like that. If there is no data, we still need to render something, and that's nice that this is offered as well. So instead of defining one above, I'm going to show you can also do it right here inside of the curly braces, and I'll just say no items. So if that was the case, let's say we didn't have menu items here. I will cut that out for a second, and I'll put in an empty array for the data. If we save, let's go back take a look at the page. And once again, it's hard to see that text, but if I go over it now, here you see it says no items. That is what is rendered. And we don't have enough content to push this down, so the dark background stops here early as we see our end of menu still showing right here in the middle, but it's at the top. Okay, let's go back and of course put the data back in, make this look a little bit better. So I'll Control Z to change that back to menu items so we have the data going forward. So I think you can see this is a big change compared to using map and mapping over an array of items and all of the different things here that are applied directly to the flat list instead of styling the parent container separately or any of these other things you might have to style separately. You do it all within the flat list. Now let's go ahead and finish styling the rendered item here. And remember, the flat list is more performant as well because it's only rendering what is on the screen. It's not rendering the entire list every time. So our parent view here in the render is going to be the row. So we'll call it that, and I'll say style equals styles.row. Now I'm going to just go ahead and apply the other styles while we're up here too, and then we can go down and add all the styles and we'll look at the changes as we go. So now say style here equals, and this would be styles.menu text row. So this style, this parent view, will apply to both the title and to the description. So now separately, we could have a style here, say style equals, and we'll say styles.menu item text, which would be different than, of course, the menu item title. But before we add that, let's think about maybe not having to type the same styles every time. You can apply more than one styles property, and I'll show you how here. We can say style equals, and inside the curly brackets we can put square brackets like we would with an array. And now we could say styles.menu item title, so we'd want to put any title styles there, but then we can use the same styles we did for menu item text. And now both of these would be applied. So that's a good way to do that when you know, for example, you would be using the same font or same size or color, something like that, that you just don't want to continue typing the same styles over. You can just apply both. And finally, we're going to need our image styles here in our rendered item too. So here we'll have style equals, and we'll say styles.menu image. Now let's go down and apply those. But again, as I apply the row, then we'll take a look. Then as I apply the text row, we'll take a look. So you know how each of these is applied. Okay, scrolling down to styles. Let's go ahead and add the row styles underneath the footer component. We'll have row, and here is our object. Set flex direction equal to row. We want the width to be 100%. Then let's set a max width so it doesn't get crazy wide at some point of 600. Set the height to just 100. Margin bottom 10, just like we did for the separator, so that's consistent. Now we'll have a border around our menu items. So the border style will be solid, and we can set the border color. This would be a color scheme check once again. See, if it is dark, then we're going to go with papaya whip. Otherwise, we'll go with black. Okay, after the border color, just a little bit left. Border width of 1, border radius of 20, and then we'll set the overflow to hidden, so it all stays within the borders or it's just hidden. I don't know why that changed on me, but we just want hidden. There we go. And then margin horizontal, and we'll set that to auto so the items are centered. Okay, with all of those applied to the overall row, let's take a quick look. Oh, and we have an error. Hidden is not defined. I needed to put that in quotes. Let's go back real quick and see if we can fix that. Yep. Hidden needs to be in quotes. Easy to get an error sometimes. Save that. Go back and take a look. All right, so everything is centered. It doesn't look great. The overflow hidden is working though. And let's go back to our mobile view. And you're kind of getting the idea for what we're going to do, but we definitely need to make some more changes. Back in VS Code, let's scroll up for some room, and now we'll add the styles for the menu text row. So if you remember, this is the container for the text, both the title and the description. I'm going to set the width to 65%. You'd have to play around with that to get it exactly where you want it if you're designing your own app. I know, for example, 65% will work here. It won't crowd the image over. It'll leave a nice little space as well. After that, I want padding top. Set that to 10. Padding left to 10. Padding right, again, this is just for the text, to 5. Now flex grow to 1, so at least goes over to the image that will be to the right of the text. So it's always going to at least grow to that width to fill it out. Okay, now we've got the menu text row applied. We can see the changes, still shouldn't look too much different, but we're getting the idea. You can't see the text yet because we haven't changed the color. You can't see it well at least, but it is there and it now fits. Let's go back and continue our changes. After menu text row, we're going to have menu item title. And inside menu item title, we're going to say font size 18 and text decoration line is going to be underline. Okay, I'm not going to go back and look after just that change because the text would still be dark. But if we add menu item text, all this style does is actually apply the color. And here we can use the theme that we passed in, .text. Now remember, the title is also using this menu item text style, so it's using both. Now we should be able to see both. So when we go back and take a look, there's the title of the item, and now here's the description underneath. So now we just need to fix those images. Everything else is looking pretty good, and we can see pretty much everything we want to see. I noticed the end of menu is still in a dark text here that we have in the footer, so we'll want to change that also. Back in VS Code, we're ready to apply the menu image style. It should be the last one we need down here. So menu image, and let's just give this a width of 100 and a height of 100. Should make it look much better. So when we go back and look at the images, now they all fit in because each row had a height of 100 as well, and they're square images, and the overflow is hidden, so we see those nice rounded corners here with the border. It's looking pretty good. So just that end of menu note in the footer is really all we need to style yet so it can be seen. So if we scroll up, I'm curious if this is going to work. I believe earlier I tried and it didn't, but let's go ahead and try to put the color here and say theme.text. And let's see what we get here if we do this. If we go back and take a look, yeah, it still didn't change. So that's not what we're going to do here. We're going to pull this color theme.text out of the footer component style here. Remember, that is passed in to the flat list right here. It said list footer component style. We have that. The other style worked just fine. But if you find that one like that doesn't work, you can still apply it directly like we did here with the separator. So here we can just say style equals and put in the style directly that we want to have there. And if we save, now we should be able to see that change. And yes, end of menu is now white as we expected it here. And you can check that on your device. It looks like we're finished adding our menu page to our coffee shop app, and it looks pretty good. Let's go back to VS Code and add a button from the home page that links to our menu page now, because I know I had suggested looking at the menu page in your mobile device before. Probably hard to do without a link or a button, something that lets you navigate to this page since we no longer have the tabs. Back in VS Code now, I'm going to click on Index. And from Index, we really just need to scroll down to where our Contact Us is. Let's highlight the link here and Shift Alt and the down arrow. And now we've got two buttons that say Contact Us. So let's change one of those to Menu. And after that, let's change the contact us text on the button to our menu. And let's see how this looks on our index page. Back in the browser, I'm just going to hit the back button to go back to the home page. So now we have two buttons and they're on top of each other. So we need to add just a little bit of styling, and maybe we want to set the buttons to be the same width as well to have some uniformity. Back in VS Code, I will scroll down, we'll find those button styles here, and here is our button. So we've got height, border radius, justify content, background color, and padding. Let's add a margin, and we'll say margin bottom, set that to 50 so we get some nice space. Now beside height, let's go ahead and add a width, and this will make it uniform for both buttons, so a width of 150. Let's go back and see how it looks now. Looks much better. So we have two buttons that are the same size, we have a little space between, and now we should be able to navigate to the menu page. And yes, we can. To take a look at that. So now let me go ahead and pull up my app and show you the app screens as well that I see on my Android device. And here's the home page on my Android device, looking good. Let's navigate to the menu, and from there, here is the first page, and essentially scrolling, you see the second page. So I'm showing two screens so you can see what it looks like at the end of the list and at the beginning of the list. But overall, it looks exactly like we wanted. And of course, you can check out light and dark mode, and it should apply both to your web view now and of course to your mobile device. Previously, we were using that use color scheme hook from Expo, and it worked on the mobile devices. We just weren't seeing it on the web. So preference there for you, but I like using appearance from React Native for that. If we go back to the coffee shop now, we talked about the contact us page as your assignment for the last couple of videos. Let me now show you what I have for mine. So here's what it looks like. A very simple page, also using an icon that I found on the site that we were looking at in the previous lesson for the different icons that you can bring into React Native. It just has the basic contact information. Note, however, when you click on the phone number, it will open the phone app on your mobile device and be ready to dial the number. Or if you say, or click on the click here to text, it will open up your SMS app that you send messages in, and it will be ready to text the number here as well. So there are some things you might want to look at in the course resources for this lesson if you want to look at my code for this contact us page also. Okay, we have completed a coffee shop app that has a menu and a contact us page, a basic application, but this is all a lot of small businesses really need when they want an app for their business. In the next lesson, we're going to take all the concepts we've learned so far and apply them to something new that's a student challenge. I've got VS Code open to a mostly empty folder, and that's what you want to have. You can have an empty folder if you want. You just see my git ignore file over here, and I've got my settings to show my .git directory. This is usually hidden unless you show that in your settings. So an empty folder, if you will, and we're starting a new project today. I'm giving you a student challenge. I'm going to help you get started, and then you can pause the video and try to solve the challenge yourself. And of course, at any time you want, you can unpause the video and I'll step you through my solution to the challenge. So we're going to start by opening the terminal window. I'm going to point out that I'm using git bash in my terminal. It says bash here, so some of the commands I use will be specific to git bash. So if you don't have git or git bash installed, you might want to do that. Now, I should be able to link to that in the video description to help you out, just so you can find git and it comes with git bash. Okay, let's go ahead and type npx create-expo-app at latest. Now, I want to say here, this is going to install that same installation we've seen before that comes with an example project. And I'm going to show you how to get rid of the example project. It does put in TypeScript by default. If you want to install all of the dependencies one by one on your own and not use TypeScript, we'll put in a -- template and then type blank. Now this will start a blank project, but I'm not going to do that because I can show you, of course, how to not use TypeScript like we did in the previous project, and you can still install this latest where it essentially does use TypeScript but it installs all those dependencies for you. It's just so much easier that way in my mind. So that's what I'd like to do. I want to just go with npx create expo app at latest and press enter. Now, after it creates this app, we need to name it. I'll name it CRUD App. And then let's see if we need to answer anything else. I think that's it. Now, after it finishes, we're going to need to cd into that directory for the CRUD app. Okay, the install is complete. It says your project is ready. Let's type cd CRUD app. And now we can see here in the list that we're in that directory. So I've got documents/tutorials. This is on my computer, of course, then React Native Series /CRUD app. So this will just show you where you are at. Now that we have that, let's open this up and you can see we've installed the same type of project that we did before, and it has that example project. Now I'm going to show you how to get rid of that. So once again, down here in the terminal window, we want to type npm run, then reset project. This will clean out that example project and it will put it in a directory that we can delete. So I'll just press enter. You can see it says the app that it had with that project was moved to app-example. Then it created a new app directory, and then it created a new index.tsx file for now and a new _layout.tsx file. Now, again, we're going to change these extensions to JSX, but if you already know TypeScript and want to use it, feel free to continue to do so. So I'll close this. We'll open this up. Now we can see that app example directory, and here's the tabs and the files that that example project had. Then it created this new app directory for us. This has the layout file and the index file that were created. Let's look at how to get rid of this app-example file. Once again, or directory, if you will, we'll go back to the terminal and we'll delete that. And we can do that by typing rm. Now again, this is specific to git bash, the git bash terminal here. So type rm, then dash rf, then app-example, and press enter, and it's gone. So no more app example files to worry about there. We can close this out. Let's go into the app directory now. And we want to change the extension of these two files. So, well, you know what? Before we do that, let's go down to the tsconfig.json file first, because if not, it was going to open up and add something here. So instead, let's go here. I'll click on line 13 where it has the TSX. I'm going to press Shift Alt and the down arrow to just copy that down. I'm going to put JSX right here on this line and save. So now I can change those file extensions in the app directory to JSX and it won't need anything else. So I'm going to right click, choose rename, which is also F2 if you want to do it that way. And now JSX. Again, I'm on Windows, so those could be slightly different on Mac or Linux. Do the same thing on this file because I'm not using TypeScript. If you are using TypeScript, of course, leave those as JSX. This being a beginner's series, I didn't want to put that requirement on any beginners wanting to learn React Native that didn't yet know TypeScript. And your student challenge for today is building a CRUD app, a to-do app. Now, that's all in React Native, and if you're not familiar with the CRUD acronym, it stands for Create, Read, Update, and Delete. And when you're learning any type of technology in programming, a to-do app, I think is always a great app to build. It's a standard thing, and it has all of those attributes of CRUD. So we create a new to-do, we read the to-dos, we update the to-dos, and we can delete the to-dos. So if you're familiar with React, this challenge is really for you if you're at that level. If not, you may want to just go right through the solution and not attempt this on your own. But if you are familiar with React, I think with everything we've already covered with React Native, you can complete this challenge. This is mine. I prefer dark mode. You don't have to use dark mode if you don't want to. And of course, if I open this up to full screen, it looks a little different as well. So when I have it in DevTools, we can see how it looks, of course, in a simulated iPhone here. This is, again, the web view. You can always scan a QR code and check it out on the Expo Go app on your mobile device too. Okay, back in VS Code, I'm going to provide a couple of things to help you get started on this student challenge. And the first thing is the data. So I'm going to give you 20 to-dos. We'll put those inside of a new directory. We'll name that data. And then inside of here, we'll create a new file, call it to-dos, and I need to just get my fingers on the right keys, to-dos.js. Now inside of this, we will paste in the to-dos here, and you can see it's an array of objects as an ID, a title, and a completed field. But here it's just export const data and then the array. So we'll be able to import that into our index file, and that's where we'll be using that. So I'm starting you out with that, and there's one more piece that I want to start you out with. So back in the layout, right here, we're going to have one more import, and that's going to be a safe area provider. So safe area provider, and you can see that comes from React Native Safe Area Context. Now that was already installed as a dependency because we installed that example project again with latest, as we saw. As a matter of fact, I'll click on package.json, and you can see the dependencies that are installed when we just choose latest as we did with the install. So this is the part that I didn't want to have to install each one of these things as we needed them. You can see some more down here, including the React Native Safe Area Context. So we've already got that stuff, and that's very convenient. So after that, we're going to use that here in the root layout. We just wrap everything in this provider. So safe area provider, close that out. Let me get the closing one and paste it here at the end. And that's all we need to do to be able to use our safe area view that's going to come from here. So that's the other part I wanted to share is in the past, in the previous project, we used a safe area view, and I believe we imported it directly from React Native because React Native does provide one. But I like the one that comes from this React Native Safe Area Context. So that's the one we want to use in the index file over here. So let's go ahead and import that as well. Import safe area view, and you can see there's more than one that can be imported. We want the one from React Native Safe Area Context. Now I'll leave it at that because you've already learned where to use the safe area view in this file. So this is a great time now to pause the video and take on the challenge if you want to. And when you're finished, or if you don't want to take on the challenge and just want to go through my solution, we'll do that next. Okay, if you're ready, now I'll begin providing my solution. So I'm going to start by importing useState from React, the useState hook. And then after that import, we're going to start setting up the traditional state and functions that we would use with the to-do list in a CRUD application. So that's going to first start with the to-dos themselves. So we'll say to-dos, then we'll have set to-dos. Now we're going to set that equal to useState, but we don't have any data yet, so we need to import that data. Let's bring that in here at the top. So we're going to import data, and that's going to come from, now I can use the @ symbol here and then say /data/to-dos. Now that we have our data, we can use that inside of the useState. Now I like to put the first to-do that I add at the top of the list. If we just take the data in and don't sort it, or actually reverse it, then we're going to have the new to-do at the bottom of our list as we add them. And you'll see that logic in the functions as I add this. But just to let you know, that's how I'm going to sort this data immediately. So data sort, then it will receive both A and B. If you're familiar with the sort function, we'll have B.id minus A.id. And that just sorts the data as I want it. So it's kind of reversed the order there. After that, we're going to have a text input. So we can use state one more time. And I'll just say const text and set text. And this would be for our controlled input. Now I'm not going to have that as part of the functions right away. Well, I guess I will when we add the to-do. So we might as well add this now. But those are the two uses of useState. Let's go ahead with that add to do function first. So const add to do, set this equal to an arrow function or an anonymous function, if you like to call them that. After that, we'll say if we have text, we'll trim the text so we don't want any extra spaces there. And then inside of here, we need to generate a new ID for the new to-do. So we'll say const new ID. And it's going to equal, well, it'll be a ternary statement here, really. So if the to-do's length is greater than 0, then we're going to say take the first to-do, because remember, we reverse the order of the list. So this is the first element, the first object in the to-dos, but it should have the highest ID number. So now we'll say .id plus 1. But if that doesn't really exist, if the to-do's length is 0, then we'll give it 1. Okay, after that, we can set the to-dos. Now, inside of the setting the to-dos, it will receive an array. And then the array, of course, has objects in it. So we'll start with an object here, and we'll have ID. That gets the new ID value. The title is going to get the text from the text state. Completed will always be false on a new to-do. And now that would be the new to-do added, the new object. After that, we can just spread in the other to-dos, the other objects that we had inside of that array. And I just need to come down one more line after that, and I'm going to set the text back to empty for the new to-do after the new to-do was entered. So that's the create part of our CRUD app. Of course, we'll have to apply that function where it needs to be. But after that, we're also going to read as we read the list. So we've got create, read, and we'll do that with a flat list if you remember learning about those in the previous lesson. So we'll have a render item for the flat list. That will be the read. Now the update would be a toggle. So we're going to toggle whether the to-do is completed or not. So this function receives an ID. And now inside of the function, once again, set to-dos, but we'll take the to-dos state, so to-dos, and we'll map over it. Now we'll look at each to-do. And now, by looking at each to-do here, let's go down to the next line. We'll say to-do.id. If it equals the ID that is passed in, then we'll do something with it. Now we'll spread in the to-do, and then we'll overwrite the completed value and make it just the opposite of whatever the previous value was. But then we could have an else here as well. This is a ternary statement, and the else would just be the to-do itself. So that's all there is to that. And I should point out, you could really read this like a one-liner. So if I brought this back up here, when I say one-liner, just a one-line function, that might look more like what you're used to seeing. I'm going to press Alt-Z to just wrap it down. So it's essentially just the one line, and that's why you didn't see the extra curly brace or anything here after the to-do was mapped and we had the individual to-do. So it's still on one line. Okay, so that's the update function. Now we just need the delete function. So let's say const remove to-do. Let this equal to a function that also receives the ID. We've got the curly brace, and we'll once again set to-dos. As you can imagine here, we need to filter out the to-do that we want to remove. So to-do with an arrow, then the to-do.id not equals ID. So it's going to go ahead and keep all the IDs that don't match this ID. Okay, with those CRUD functions now complete, let's scroll up and see what we've already got for imports. We had text and view. We're going to need a little bit more than that. We'll also need text input, and we'll need pressable. And that's good enough to get us started, I believe, because we've already got text and we've got our safe area view. So that will help us at least get the top part where we're adding the new to-dos, and then we'll work on the flat list. So let's change this. Matter of fact, we can just delete everything inside of those and change this to safe area view. We've already imported that. Now, besides that, we're going to have a view that wraps around the top. Let me go ahead and delete this text here. So this view now is going to contain the text input, and it's going to contain our button, which, if you remember, the button is pressable instead of being a button element or named button. So we'll use our text input here. And of course, there's a lot that goes with a text input. I don't need a closing text input like that. I'm going to use the slash here. Now, after that, I want pressable. And inside pressable, we're going to have some text here. So this would be the text element that we imported. Okay, so, or I said text element, text component, if you will. So now we've got our outline here inside of this view for the input and the button that would be pressed, of course, to add the new to-do. Now, still inside the safe area view, here is where we would put the flat list. So let's go ahead and add everything we need for this top part first. I'm going to need to create some different styles for each of these. I'll start here on our safe area view though, so I'll have style equals, and I'll just set the names now, and then we'll define them underneath. Unfortunately, I wanted to add a different word there. Okay, styles.container. So this would be the container for the full view, flat list, and all. After that, the view itself just for the top part. So I'll have style equals, this would be styles.input container. And now we'll have the text input. Now the text input is going to have several different attributes on different lines. I'll start with style here. Set this equal to styles.input. Let's go ahead and add those other attributes here. So a placeholder, and this is going to equal add a new to do. Then we'll have a placeholder text color. Let's set that equal to, I can get rid of those. Let's just set it equal to gray. Just a slightly lighter color than what would be the main text that we would be typing is essentially what I want. The value of this input, it is a controlled input, as we know from React, that would just be text, and that is the text state that we have up here. It's also referenced here when we set the new to do. That's where we type it in, so it's a controlled input. And then we have on change text, and this is where we name the set text function from that use state hook up here as well, set text. Okay, so basically a traditional controlled React input, except we also have the styles here, and of course we had to import text input here, and then we have placeholder text color, which is a different attribute than you might be used to. Okay, now pressable is going to have a couple of things also. So it has on press, so when the button is pressed, we're going to call add to do. After that, it's also going to have a style, and we'll set this equal to styles.add button. Now we'll also have some text inside the button, so we'll set that to style equals styles.add button text. Let's go ahead and set the text on the button. Should just say add. Fair enough. And that pretty much completes that. So now let's go ahead and create the styles that we would have for this. And of course, we can bounce back and forth once we start the application and see how it looks, at least in the web view. And of course, you can scan that QR code to look at the Expo Go app anytime you want to. Okay, let's scroll down to start the styles. So we'll have const styles equals style sheet dot create. Now inside of our object is where we'll, of course, name each property that we had up above. So we had container first, and that went on our safe area view that wraps everything. We'll set that to flex 1. We also want a width of 100%, which would be default essentially, but we want to go ahead and set it at 100% if it's inside a container at all. And then, of course, we're going to put background color, set that to black. Now, really, I don't think it's in a container, so we could see how it looks. Let's go ahead and see how it looks without the 100%, because this is just going to be out there covering everything. Let's go ahead and start the application now. I can type clear first, and now type npx expo start. And of course, this will give us the QR code as well, but I'm going to press W. Here's the QR code that you can scan to use your Expo app. I'm just going to press W to look at this in the browser so we can go back and forth quickly and apply the different changes with our styles. So opening this on the web, and it won't take it too long, and I'll check this out in the browser as it opens. That's fairly bright. Oh, we have a problem. Style sheet is not defined. We didn't import that at the top, I believe. So let's scroll back up here. Yep, we still need style sheet after pressable from React Native. Make that import, and that should make a difference in the application. Now let's go ahead and Reload, and yes, we have it. Now we have an index, we have the header, so we didn't hide the header in our layout file, and we have the input here. It's not styled at all either, but the background is black, and that's what we wanted for the container. So we know a couple of things we need to do. One is let's go into the layout, and besides the name, let's set the options that we learned about. Now with options, options needs to have equal. You can say header shown, set that to false. Okay, with that, we've got an issue. I should have put 2 curly braces there. So one more here at the beginning, one more at the end. There we go. Now all should be well. Let's go back and take a look. And we got rid of that header at the top, and we have the add a new to do. The input is going all the way across because we haven't styled it yet at all. And it doesn't have any extra colors or anything else, but it's a good start. And we'll take a look as we style each thing. So remember, header shown false here in the layout for our stack. Let's go back to our index. And after we added the container, now let's add the next container. And that is the input container. So we call that input container. Inside of here, we'll set the flex direction to a row. We'll align items to center. Let's also set the margin bottom. There we go. Margin bottom to 10. Padding to 10. Width. Now this one is inside of a container. So we'll set the width to 100%. Max width to 1024. Now that is an iPad Pro size. After that, we'll set margin horizontal to auto. So essentially, if it's wider than an iPad Pro, it's going to center the to-do list on the screen. We also want to set the pointer events to auto, and that will remove some of those warnings we'd previously seen in the browser. Okay, with those changes saved for the input container, let's go back and take a look at the browser to see our changes in place. Refresh, yep, that's pretty much all we expected. So now it's not as wide as the entire screen, but it is just a container here for that header. So if we were to, of course, shrink the screen down, we would see a change as well, but at least it's not all the way across. Okay, next step after the input container is the input itself. Roll for some room. Let's add a comma here. This was just called input. Now inside of this, we'll set flex equal to 1. Border color, we hadn't seen a border there before, to gray. Put the border width, if I could spell width, whoa, there we go, width. And that's at 1. Border radius at 5. Padding at 10 once again. Margin right, 10. Font size, this will be better, 18, a little easier to read. Now we set the min width to 0, and so that will let the text input shrink if it needs to, and it might need to on some mobile devices. And we'll set the color of the text in the input to white. Okay, now let's go back and take a look at the input in the browser once again. Looking a little bit better, and when I type, it should have white text, and yes, it does. Back in VS Code, the next thing we want to style is the Add button. Now for that, we'll set the background color to white. Remember, I'm going with a dark theme here. The border radius to 5, and the padding to 10. And instead of just running to look at that button, let's go ahead and quickly style the text for the button too. So Add button text. Now here we want a font size of 18 once again, and we want the color of this text to be black because the button is white. Now let's take a look and see if our header is complete. It looks complete. Now this is the full web view. Let's open it up in a mobile view, and you can see how the input looks a little good, or looks a little bit better here. You can type test, another to do, and everything looks like it should. Back in VS Code, it's time to add our flat list and of course the render item that the flat list renders. So We could do either right now, essentially. Let's go ahead and put the flat list in place, and then we'll create the render item that goes in the flat list. So here's the flat list, and I believe we'll need to import that as well above. And the data would be set equal to the to-do state that we have. After that, we're going to have our render item. Now, this is what we don't have to provide yet, but we soon will. Then we'll go ahead and set our key extractor. Because we don't have a key property, we have an ID property. So it's going to be item, and this could actually, we could say to do here. It doesn't matter what we say as long as we call it something. We have to do, then to do.id. After that, we're going to say content container style, and we're going to set that equal to, we need two curly braces again, flex grow, and a value of 1. And then we can just close out our flat list here. Now let's scroll to the top and add the flat list to the imports from React Native. And after that, we also need an icon for the delete button that we're going to put with every item when we render our item. Okay, I'm back at that website we've previously learned about for icons that are available to us. And here I want to type in delete, and we should see a lot of different options pop up here for delete. I'm looking for a circle. That is what I want. And it's material community icons. So I can click on that, and it gives us the import statement. And then it also tells us how to render the component itself. So we'll leave this open. Let's copy the import statement, put this in VS Code first. Back in VS Code, I'm going to paste in that import statement for material community icons, and I'll be using the delete-circle icon from material community icons. Let's start defining our render item, and then we'll be able to put the icon inside of it. So after the different CRUD functions that we have, I'm going to say const render item. I'm going to set that equal to a function that has a destructured item inside of it. And then we'll arrow over, and now I'll have a parentheses here at the top. Now I'm going to start with the view, and of course we'll assign styles to these once again, but the view is going to wrap each item. From there, each item does have text, and of course we can put in the item.title inside of the text. Now we'll of course add the style attribute later. After that, we're also going to have a button. So once again, pressable. And inside of our pressable button is where we'll have our material community icon. So let's go back and copy that code to paste in. Back in the browser, I'm ready to copy the render the component code. So I've copied that. Now we'll go back and put it in our render item. Back in VS Code, I'm going to paste in the material community icons right here. And you can see the name is specified. Name is delete-circle. Size, I want to change that to 36, not 367. That would be huge. Of course, you can style all of this to your taste if you want to. I'm also going to set the color to red instead of black. And finally, I'm going to set selectable here and just set that equal to undefined. And this gets us away from another one of those warnings that we were continually seeing in Chrome. Now let's set the different attributes of these components, most of them being style. So this view gets a style, and we'll set that equal to styles.toDo item. And of course, we'll define these styles afterwards. Text is going to have a style as well. So we'll say style equals, you know what, let's put this on a separate line because this, once again, is going to have several different things with it. So style equals, and now we'll bring this down a line. And here we'll have equals, curly brace, then an array. And if you remember, we can apply more than one style property this way. So I'm going to have styles.toDoText. This would apply to all of them. But then I'm going to check to see if the to-do is completed or not. And we can do that with item.completed. And essentially, if that is true, then we'll have styles.completed text also applied. So just a way to check if it's completed right there by using item.completed and then the AND operator. and then putting that after it. Now, besides style, we're also going to have an on press here. So on press, let me see if I spelled that correctly. Press, set this equal to a function that needs to be called, and this is going to toggle to do. So our update function, and we need to pass in the item.id so it knows which one to toggle. I did have a typo there. That needs to be the equal sign. So that works out there. I can put this on a separate line to make it a little easier to read so we see where that text component closes out. Then we've got the item title, and then the text component truly closes out. So this is the first half that closes right here. But it has the style and on press attributes, or props, if you will. And as you might guess, pressable, the button for deleting the to-do, is going to call our remove to-do function. So this needs to have equal and a curly brace. Then we start our anonymous function, and inside of that we call remove to-do, and we pass in the item.id. And we don't have any extra styles for pressable. It's using everything here from material community icons. We set the size and color right there. Now with the render item defined, we can go ahead and put it in the flat list here, but we'll still need to define those styles. So render item. Now we'll see it render out, but it just won't have the styles yet, so we'll need to define those. So if we currently look at the application, we can see the list has in fact rendered, but we haven't styled the text yet, so the text is all black, and of course, not in the row we expect it to be in. It's here somewhere, we just can't see it because of the dark background as well. So let's go ahead and apply these styles and everything will look like it should. Back in VS Code, let's scroll down to the end of our styles list, and we just have 3 more props to add. So we'll start with the big one, which is the to-do item itself. And it will have a flex direction of row, and we'll align items, center, then we'll justify content, and that will go to space between. Okay, after that, let's put in a gap of 4 between the items in the row, padding of 10, border bottom color of gray, border bottom width of 1. Let's set the width to full 100%. Max width, once again, to 1024 like an iPad Pro. Margin horizontal should be auto. And pointer events, once again, should also be auto. Whoops. Okay, let's save and take a look in the browser to see if it made much of a difference. Well, it did. We now have the lines. And of course, our delete buttons are moved over to the right. We just can't see the text yet, so we're getting really close. And back in VS Code to add our final styles after the to-do item, let's put a comma here and we'll have to-do text. This will be a flex 1, also font size 18, and color I'll set to white. And then let's go ahead and apply the other style, and then we'll take a look back at the browser, and that is just the completed text. And here we'll say text decoration line. Here's where we want the line through, and that means that to-do is completed. And it can be toggled, of course, and then we'll just set the color to gray if it's completed as well. Okay, let's go back and take a look at the to-dos now, and yes, we can read all of the to-dos. We've got white letters here for the to-dos that are not complete. The to-dos that are complete have a line through them. Now let's check out all of our CRUD operations to make sure they work. So if I click on a completed item, now it toggles and it's not completed. And if I click on it, it is completed. So that works. Let's add a new to-do. I'll just type test, click add. There's our new to-do. Let's go ahead and remove our completed research for the article, and the remove button works as well. And of course, we already know the render item works. So we are creating, reading, updating, and deleting in our to-do list application. And remember to take a look at it in your Expo Go app by scanning the QR code that's available in the terminal when you start the application as well. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to level up this simple CRUD app with some extras like custom fonts, a light and dark theme toggle, animations, and a very important part of the Expo router that we haven't covered yet, dynamic routes. I've got VS Code open to the CRUD App to-do list project that we created in the previous lesson. And at the end of the lesson, I did mention that we would work on dynamic routing in this lesson, but I think I'm going to push that back to the next lesson so we can add local data storage first and some other nice extras to this app that we created in the previous lesson. Okay, let's get started by opening a terminal window. Of course, I've already got the project open here in the file tree to the left, but if you're not in the CRUD app directory here in the terminal, you want to cd into that. So cd CRUD app, or whatever you named that directory. And then once you're in that directory, we want to go ahead and start the project with npx expo start. Now, as always, this will give us the QR code that you can scan with your Expo Go app to check out the app on your mobile device. It will also give us a URL where we can open this up in the browser. So I'm going to press Control and click on localhost 8081. It'll start building the project here, and now we can open it up in the browser, just like you see here. And this is what we had last time. So it populates the to-do list with some example to-dos, and everything was working as far as the CRUD features. Now let's go back to VS Code and start adding some extras. Back in VS Code, I'm actually going to press Control-C now to stop the application because we need to install a new dependency. We're going to add a Google font. So I can type npm I, then the @ symbol, then expo-google-fonts / and this is where you'd put the name of the font you want. I'm just going to use one, and it's called Enter with an I, so I-N-T-E-R. I'll go ahead and press the Enter key, and that of course is spelled with an E on my keyboard, but they sound the same. Okay, now that we've installed the Google font that we need, let's go ahead and I'm going to press the up arrow twice to go back to npx expo start. Go ahead and restart the application, but I can close this window while it's restarting. And then I'm going to press Alt-Z here in the index file. So I'm in the index.jsx file that we have. I'm going to need to import that font here at the beginning. So I'm going to import, now curly brackets, and there's a couple of things I want. One is the font itself. So I'll say enter an underscore, whoops, just underscore, not a parentheses. And then notice we have some choices here already. So everything from 100 thin to 900 black. I'm going to go right in the middle. So enter 500 medium. Then also I'll put a comma, and I'm going to import the use fonts hook. So both of those imported now, and we can use those below. So let's say after our state here for text and set text, we can go ahead and import, or not import, I'm sorry, we can go ahead and define now both loaded, comma, and error. And notice they're in brackets like we would with use state, but we're going to set this equal to use fonts, parentheses, and then start an object here, and then we'll type in our enter underscore 500 medium and put a comma after that. Okay, so now we have imported our enter 500 medium font, but what else happened here is a loaded and an error state. So we need to check those later on. So let's go ahead and scroll down just a little bit. We have our different to-do CRUD functions right here, and we don't have any use effect hook usage yet here. I was just checking. We just have use state imported here. Later on, when we work with local data storage, we will put in a use effect. And the next part that we put in here for the font, we just want to make sure it happens after the use effect. And since we don't have any of those yet, we can go ahead and put it right here. So I need to check the if loaded state. And so this is if it's not loaded and there is not an error, then we can return null. So we're just doing that to wait until the font has loaded, essentially. We want to make sure it's loaded. And of course, we don't want an error either. So if it hasn't loaded and there is no error, we return null. Otherwise, of course, we could use the error if we want to, And if it has loaded, then we're ready to use the font. And now we're ready to scroll down and use the font in our styles. So let's scroll down to our input text inside of our styles. There's the container. Here is the input text itself, and we can put in a font family. Let's put it right after font size. So font family, and then we'll say enter underscore 500 medium. And that's how we can use it in the style. So I'm going to copy this because we're also going to put it in one other space, and that is in the to-do item, I believe, or the to-do text. Let me double check. Yep, to-do text. So underneath the font size here, I'll just paste that line in as well. Okay, now, just to make sure we have the font loaded in, and because we did add that new dependency, now we've added it in our code. Let's one more time, let's go ahead and open the terminal window with Control and backtick, Control C to get out of that. And instead of just restarting the server with npx expo start, we can also put a -C after that. What that does is clear the cache. So now it's going to clear anything out it might have saved, like the previous font, and it will start using the new one. So let's go ahead and restart our project with that -C flag to clear the cache. And here we've got the warning now. It said the bundler cache is empty, rebuilding. It could take a minute. It didn't, but now we have our QR code. Of course, we've got the URL once again. And I think we're ready. It says, oh, Metro waiting on it gave us, instead of local host, it gave us this expo here. So if we want local host, now we need to go into development mode, which it says press S to switch to a development build. So I'm going to do that. And now it gives us the local host once again. Okay, let's go back to our project. Let's reload. And of course, then we'll check out font to see if we can see the different changes here. Here it's quickly reloading. There we go. A small change, but I do like this font just a little bit better than what we had. Everything else is still working as expected. And we have added a Google font. And of course, you can look up Google fonts and you can add any one you want to the project. And now we're back in VS Code. Let me close the terminal window once again. We want to add a toggle so we can switch between light mode and dark mode in the app, or so that the user can switch between light and dark mode. So what we want to do there is first make sure we have two different themes, light and dark. So let's look in our constants directory and click on colors and see what's defined. This is like what came with the project, essentially. This is what they had previously defined. Let's delete everything here, line 8 and up. Get rid of those definitions first. Then after that, let's go ahead and start with some new definitions of our own. Text we're going to keep, background we're going to keep, icon we're going to keep. Let's get rid of the tint line. And then let's have one other line here, and let's call it button. Okay, for button, I'll put royal blue, just so I have a value there, and I think that's the one we'll keep. Now I'm going to copy the light fields, Control C, and just paste them in here to the dark too, and then we'll change the values as we go. So for text, instead of a hex, I'm going to use just the color name. So black. Background is white, which the $FFF, that works for that. So we can just leave it like that. The icon, we're also going to switch to black, and we'll keep the button royal blue. So that's our light theme. Very simple. Now for the text in the dark theme, we'll go white. Background, now we can switch this to black. The icon will go red. And for the button, we'll switch this back to white. And of course, if you want to stay consistent and just use the keyword white up here, the name of the color, you can do that as well. So now we've got our light and dark themes in the colors TS file that's inside of the constants directory. Now we need to create another new directory. So let's do that. And I'm going to create it here at the same level that the constants is at. So that's inside of the CRUD app directory, not inside of the app directory. So now a new directory, and we're going to call this one context, because we need to create a theme context and a theme provider. So this is going to be all in a file that I'm going to name theme context.ts. Oh, and I said TS out of habit or by mistake. What I meant to say was JS. So we can rename this and actually have this as a JS file because, once again, we're not using TypeScript in this tutorial series, but you can if you want to. The project is already set up to use it. Notice we didn't even bother to change the extension on the colors constants file. It's colors.ts, and it works just fine the way it is as well. Okay, now that we have our theme context file, let's go ahead and import create context and use state, and they're both going to come from React. After that, I want to import appearance. If you remember, we have used that before when we were detecting light or dark mode, and that comes from React-native. There we go. And then finally, we're going to import our colors that we just defined that are coming from. We need to go up one folder and then go into constants and then look for colors. There we go. Okay, now let's define our theme context. And so we'll say export const theme context. Set this equal to create context. Now parentheses, and just put an empty object in there, and that creates the context. After that, we need to create the provider. So we'll say export const theme provider. Set this equal to an anonymous function and destructure the children here. Now, if you're familiar with React, that just means the children components or the child components that will go inside of the provider. That's something that is very common in React. Okay, now inside of this theme provider function, we're going to define the color scheme. So we'll say const and have our color scheme and set color scheme. Going to set this equal to use state, and then inside of use state we're going to use appearance and call get color scheme. So let me press Alt-Z to wrap that down. But what that will do is get the current color scheme for the system and pull that in here to the color scheme, either light or dark. Now let's define our theme. So const theme is going to equal, and this will be a ternary. So we'll look at the color scheme value, say, is it equal to dark? If it is, then we'll set the theme to colors.dark. And if it's not, set the theme to colors.light. Okay, now we're ready for the theme provider return. So we'll use the return keyword. I'm going to scroll for just a little bit of room here. And now we'll put the theme context that we created and say dot provider. Now let's set the value. So it's equal to two curly braces here. I like to use a separate line, and I'll pass in the color scheme. I'm also going to pass in set color scheme and then also theme. So anything we want to get out of this provider, we want to pass in as a value here. Now inside the provider, we simply put the children. And this means it's going to wrap other components, and the color scheme, set color scheme, and theme will be available in those components. For example, our index.jsx file will be able to pull these in because the provider is going to provide it to the application. Now, I say it's going to provide it to the application, but we actually need to put that in place as well. So let's go into the app directory and then into the underscore layout.jsx file. Here we've got a safe area provider already in place. So notice how it wraps around the rest of the application. We're going to do the same thing with our theme provider. So we'll import theme provider, and we don't want the one from React Navigation Native. So we want the one that comes from, let's go up a directory and then look in the context directory and then get the theme context. That's the one that we need. So from there, let's go theme provider. I'll take the closing tag, put it at the end, and we have wrapped our application now in the theme provider, which will make those values available to us inside of the components that are inside the theme provider. And all of these, of course, represent the children as we defined here inside of the theme context .provider in the return there. So now that we've done that, let's go to the index.jsx file, and we'll need to start at the top with a couple of new imports. Okay, the first import is going to be after use state because it also comes from React, and it's simply use context. Okay, now that we have that, we have one more separate import. So let's say import. Now this is going to be the theme context that we defined, and we can see it comes from @context theme context. That works as well. So now that we have both of those, let's define our context inside of the component itself here. So we've got the to-dos, set to-dos, text, set text. We've got the font loaded here as well. We can put this anywhere in here, really. It's basically another state. So let's go ahead and bring that in. It's our color scheme state. So we'll have const, and then we need color scheme, set color scheme, and also theme. And these will all be destructured from use context. And we need to pass in the theme context that we imported to the used context hook. So now we have defined those and we can work with them inside of the file. Now, before we start putting color scheme, set color scheme, and theme all in place in the file, let's import some icons like a sun and moon to use as we toggle the theme. And you have seen me look up different icons before, so you already know the site to go to from previous lessons for that. So I'll just save us some time and import the ones I've already picked out. And this is from Octicons, and now we want from @expo/vectoricons/Octicons. Okay, now we can use those, of course, below. Let's scroll down in the component to where the return statement is, because that's where we start to see the header. So here's the input. Here is a pressable button, of course, that will add a new to-do. We want to put the toggle just to the right of this pressable button. So it's going to be another pressable. That defined, I want to call the onPress here, or at least define what happens when the onPress is triggered. And so for that, we're going to have an anonymous function. And inside of this, we'll call setColorScheme. Now, inside of setColorScheme, we can use a ternary. So we can check the current color scheme and say if it's equal to light, we want to toggle to dark. Otherwise, we want to go with light. So that will toggle between the color schemes there on this button being pressed. So now that we've defined that, let's also put in an inline style, just something simple here. Style equals a couple of curly brackets, margin left. So we have just a little bit of space between the buttons. I'll set that to 10, and I think we can close that out now. So we have our closing tag here for pressable as well. Now let's see what we're going to put inside. I guess I've got one extra line. Okay, inside of our button now, I'm going to start with the curly bracket here so I can put some logic. Once again, I'm going to check the color scheme. So now, if it's equal to dark, then I'm going to have a return here. Well, not a return actually, it's a ternary. And we will return at that point the Octicons. And let's set the name equal to moon. Set the size equal to 36. Let's set the color equal to the theme we defined, .text. So we're pulling that in from our context as well. Now, to avoid one of those warnings we've seen previously in the browser, we'll set selectable equal to undefined. And after that, let's set a style also and have that equal to a width of 36. Okay, I may have a typo in there somewhere because I see this extra. Oh, I know what I'm missing yet. I'm missing the last part of the ternary. It's not really a typo. It's just we haven't closed out our ternary statement yet. So now I can copy this Octicons, because we're going to have basically the same thing, except we need to switch the name and make this one sun. So we're going to either have the sun or the moon icon, depending on the theme, and that's what will be returned. And the pressable button, of course, will let us toggle the theme. Okay, with those now in place, we still need to apply the theme to our styles. Right now, we just have it set to a static black mode here. As we see, background color is black. So let's go ahead and update everything we need to in our styles. So this should be theme dot background. Pull in that. Actually, we need to go ahead and set a function here too that I didn't, as we have in the past. So let's do that. Instead of styles equals, we'll say function create styles. Now we'll pass in the theme and the color scheme. And then inside the function, we will return our stylesheet.create. And so now we have the theme.background here. We'll scroll down to the input, and where the color of the text is white, here we'll say theme.text. Scrolling just a little bit more for the background color on the button, this is where we'll say theme.button. And now for the color on the add button text, well, we don't have anything actually in the theme for that. So what we're going to do is define it right here. We'll say color scheme, and if it equals dark, then we'll say, okay, this is going to be black text. If not, then we're going to say this is going to be white text. Remember, this is the text color on the button. So the button itself would be white if the theme was dark, for example. Next, let's go down to the to-do text itself, and here the color is set to white. I think we can say theme.text once again. And finally, it looks like we need to close out the function with our curly bracket right there and save. Now the function is in place, but we haven't called the function create styles above. So let's go back up somewhere towards the top and call our create styles function. I think we want it to be after we know the font has loaded for sure. So let's put it here. We'll say const styles equals create styles. We'll pass in the theme, and then we'll also pass in the color scheme. Okay, now with all of that in place, we should be able to go to the browser, check the application to see if our toggle button is working. So let's pull that up. Here's the application. Here's our toggle button. We're in dark mode, so we see the moon. Let's click on that. And wow, that is bright. But yes, we're now in light mode and we see the sun here. So if we click on that again, we'll go back to dark mode. Let's open up the dev tools. I'll use Control-Shift-I. Clear that out for now. And look at the mobile view here in DevTools. And I've got this set to an iPhone 6, 7, 8 Plus. In previous lessons, I've shown how to set this up to possibly show the frame, just so you could look at this in the browser as well. But remember to always go ahead and scan that QR code and look at it on your mobile device too. But once again, just checking to see how it all looks here in light and dark mode, and everything is working as we expect it to. We're looking at the website for React Native Reanimated, and one of the things that can make your app really stand out are just some nice subtle animations to make things seem very smooth and flow like a native app. And React Native Reanimated is already installed when we install that example Expo project. So we've already got the dependency in our project now. So let's go back to VS Code and put a nice little animation or two in place for our to-do list CRUD app. Okay, back in VS Code, let's scroll up to where our imports are, and we can say go after the fonts that we imported here, or the font, if you will. Let's go ahead and import animated, and put a comma, and now we need curly braces, and we'll also import linear transition. Both of these will come from React-Native-Reanimated. Okay, now that we have the imports, let's put these in place. And really what's going to happen here is the animated part has its own flat list. So it's going to replace the current flat list that we have here. So instead of just flat list, it's going to be animated.flatlist. And then there's a couple of things we can provide as extra props here that will help us animate our flat list. So the first one we want to have, the main one that does the animations, is item layout animation. And let's set this equal to the linear transition that we imported. Now the other thing that I want to put just while we're here is called keyboard dismiss mode. Let's set this to, I'll go ahead and delete the curly brackets. We can just set this equal to on drag. So what this does is when you have the keyboard popped up, let's say you were entering in a new to-do, so the keyboard pops up on your mobile device, you can just drag down on the list and the keyboard will disappear. And of course, you can try it without this in there to see the difference. Now, I can't show you that in the browser, I don't think. This item layout animation, we should be able to see in the browser as well. Okay, that's it. We've applied both. Let's go back to the browser and take a look at our application over at localhost 8081. I'm going to reload just in case. And now let's add a new to-do and see if we see an animation. New to-do. Yes, a nice little slow animation there. Okay, let's go ahead and delete an item. And a nice little slow animation when it's deleted. Okay, so when I put this in, of course, you don't see a keyboard pop up here. So if you go ahead and scan that QR code that we have in the terminal window and check out your application in your mobile device where you'll have the keyboard displayed here as you want to enter a new to-do, then drag down on the list and the keyboard should go away. And that would be the keyboard dismiss mode. And now we're finally ready to add local data storage to our application. And this will let us persist that data between the times we start the application and pull those to-dos back up. So the ones we checked off will remain checked off. The ones we've added will then be there when we open it back up and so on. I am in the Expo docs under store data, and they give several options for what we want to do. Let's scroll all the way down here to async storage. This is the one we're going to use, so let's go ahead and click on that to go to the dedicated website for async storage. And then, of course, you can go to the Get Started page, and it tells you how to install the dependency that we're going to need. So that is what we're going to copy right here, go back to VS Code and install. And back in VS Code, I'm going to press Control and the back tick to open up a terminal window, Control C to stop the application. Then I'll just right click and it pastes this in for me. You may need to do it a different way depending on what computer operating system you're using. But I have just pasted that in, so I'm ready to install React Native React Native Async Storage. So let's go ahead and press Enter. Install this into our application. It will be listed in the package JSON file, and then we'll be able to use it. So now let's go ahead and restart the application with npx expo start. I don't think we need the -c to clear the cache, but you can use that anytime you want to, or you think you're seeing something that you shouldn't be seeing in the application. That would be a good time to clear that cache out when you restart in dev mode. Okay, we've got everything up and running, but we don't really need to go back and look at the app yet. Let's just scroll to the top and import what we're going to need here. So I need to import async storage. I'll just add that below our animated imports here. So import async storage. That's going to come from React Native Async Storage /async storage. So we see it right there in our list. Okay, now that we have that, we also need use effect. So let's import that after our use state and use context. They both come from React, as does use effect. Okay, we've got the imports. Now let's scroll down and put a use effect in place. Now remember, we want the use effect to be before we check to see if the fonts have loaded or not, or there will be a problem. Okay, this use effect is going to be for loading data into our application. So right now, we're importing data up here. We're importing data from our data/todos file that we have, and that's just our example data. That would be fine to start out an application with. Maybe you'd want to have 5 example to-dos in there and just name them example 1, example 2, and so on, just to show users how it looks with a little bit of data in there before they start adding their own. Of course, it would be easy to delete just about 5 example ones as well when they first started using the application. But after that, you want to use the data that they have entered and saved or removed and so on. So let's define a function inside of this use effect. We'll call it const fetch data, set it equal, need the equal sign here, equal to an async anonymous function. And inside this function, we're going to have a try. And of course, with a try, let me scroll for some room here, is also going to be a catch. We have an error. Inside of here, we'll just console.error and pass in the error. But inside the try, let's define our JSON value, and we'll set this equal to await async storage that we've imported dot get item, and we will look for an item called to-do app. So that would be what would be saved in the local storage, and we're retrieving it if it exists, and we can check that. But now we want to do just a little bit more because this is the JSON value. So you need to parse that as well. So let's say const storage to-dos equals a JSON value. And if that's not equal to null, then we'll call JSON.parse and we'll pass in that JSON value. So we'll parse the JSON we got. And otherwise, we'll just return null. So now we've either parsed our JSON or we have a null value. So here we can say if we have storage to-dos and storage to-dos has a length, then we can go ahead and set the to-dos equal to storage to-dos. But now I also want to sort the to-dos and make sure that we always have the newest to-do on top and not the bottom. So I'm going to put in that sort function, and then I pass in A and B, and then we have B.id minus A.id. And we really only need to do this when we load the to-dos back in. This won't need to be something we do when we save the to-dos to local storage, because they could be saved in any order, but when they're loaded back in is when we would want to sort them. But else, here, let's also have another set to-dos. And this is essentially going to be, okay, we didn't have the storage to-dos, so maybe this is the first time the app is ever opened, and we have that example data. So this would once again then be data.sort. And here would be A and B. We'd have B.id minus A.id. So the difference here being we're either using the storage to-dos or we're using the data that comes with the app right at the very beginning. Now we still need to call this function inside of the use effect. And then we could put in the data that is imported as a dependency. We really only want this to happen, of course, when the application loads. So you could leave it empty. The data is not going to change. It's that static example data, but it is a dependency really for the use effect. So it does go in the dependency array if you want to put it there. Now, since we're loading the data inside of the use effect, we want to come up here to this use state and remove the data that we were putting in there and just put an empty array inside of the to-dos and the set to-dos use state to start out with, and then it will load when this use effect is called. Okay, so that's all good, you say, and that's how we load the data in, but now what about how do we save data to local storage? And of course, how does it save the latest data? Well, we need a second use effect for that. So let's go ahead and define that now. So we'll have use effect. Starts out the same with our anonymous function. And it also has a dependency array. I'll scroll it up here just a little. And inside the dependency array, we're going to be looking, whoops, I need to be inside the dependency array. We're going to be looking at whenever the to-dos state changes. That's when we'll want to call this, so we get the latest information set inside of this use effect. So this won't be quite as big, actually. We'll define store data, set it equal to an async function. Now let's have our try catch. Once again, we can just catch and then console error. But inside the try portion here, we want to once again define a JSON value. Now we'll use JSON stringify. So JSON.stringify, and we pass in the to-dos. Then we will await async storage and call the set item method. We want to make sure we name this the same. So once again, to-do app. But now the second param here is the JSON value that we're setting inside of local storage. So let's go up here and make sure we name that the same. Yep, to-do app and to-do app here are the same. So that's all it takes to set it. Now, of course, we need to call that down here as well. So we call store data. And this happens anytime the to-do state changes. So this gets the latest update set into our local storage. And with that complete, let's go to the terminal window once again with control in the backtick. I think this might be a good time to go ahead and restart the application with npx expo start, and to be safe, use that -C flag to clear the cache once again, because now we're changing a little bit about how we load the data. Let's make sure everything works as expected. We also want to test this out not only in the web, but also make sure you scan the QR code and use your Expo Go app to check this out on your mobile device and make sure it's working as expected. Okay, I have loaded in the example to-dos, and so they are just like they are in the file right now. And of course, we can check one off like pay the bills. Let's go ahead and add a new to-do for Dave. You could put your name in there, whatever you want to do. We've added a new to-do, we've checked one off. Let's delete, finish the presentation. And now, if we reload the app, it shouldn't go back to the file, the original list. It should still have the new to-do for Dave here. It should have the other one checked off, the one deleted, and so on. It should look the same here. After I reload, I've still got new to do for Dave. The other one is still checked off. The other one is gone, and so on. So our state remains the same. And that's what we want to make sure happens both in the browser and on your mobile device. Okay, everything is working for me, including local storage, as you see both light and dark mode here on each side of the screen. So there's one thing I want to call your attention to. Do you see the difference between the images besides light and dark mode? Notice on the light mode, you can't see the battery status or any of those things across the top. That's called the status bar. So let's fix that quickly. Back in VS Code, I'm going to scroll to the top where we've imported several other things, and I'm going to import one more, and that is the status bar. So import status bar, and that comes from Expo status bar. Okay, after that, let's scroll all the way down to almost the bottom of our application here in the return, close to the end of the safe area view. Now, just above that closing safe area view is where I'm going to put the status bar. And we'll set the style of the status bar equal to a ternary that's going to check the color scheme. And here we kind of want the opposite. So if it's equal to dark, we want to return light. Otherwise, we want to return dark. And then of course we need to close out the status bar with the slash and the arrow. And that's all it should take. So now let's once again check the app. And as you can now see, when I compare the images left and right with dark and light mode, we can see the status bar with the battery status and everything at the top in both color schemes. So that was the final thing we added to the app today. But in the next lesson, I promise we will look at dynamic routing in React Native with Expo. I've got VS Code open, and you can see the CRUD app directory that I have over here in the file tree that we've been working on for the past couple of lessons. Let's open a terminal window with control in the backtick. And if you haven't already opened that directory in the terminal, you'll want to CD and then into the directory, whatever you named it. Mine is named CRUD app. And so now I am in that directory, and I can type npx Expo Start to go ahead and start up the application. This will go ahead and give us the QR code that you can scan with your Expo Go app on your mobile device, and you can view the application. Likewise, you can press W and it will open up in a browser here on the web. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. And here we've got it. So it's, even without pressing W, it says open web here. It's waiting at localhost port 8081. So I can also press Control and just click on that link. We'll go ahead and compile the project and should be ready to open it in the browser. And here is our CRUD app to-do list in the browser. Now, if I click on a to-do, it crosses it out, so we have an action there for completed or not completed. Likewise, we can delete a to-do as well. And in the last lesson, we added async local storage, so it remembers the to-dos we put in. When we reopen the application, the ones that we added are still there. Today we want to add dynamic routing, and what that means is when we click on a to-do, for example, it's going to take us to a page just for that specific to-do. And we don't have to add a new route for each to-do, that would be static. What we mean by dynamic is we can add one route that can handle the page, the edit page that we're going to create for any one of these given to-dos. And we're going to do that by passing the ID of the to-do to the route. So let's get started with dynamic routing back in VS Code. Back in VS Code, let's go ahead and close the terminal window, and let's open up the CRUD App directory that we see here on the left, and then the app directory that has our index and our root layout file. And we want to click on that root layout file first. Let's go ahead and press a couple of keys. I'm going to press Alt-Z so it wraps any line of code down so you don't see it scroll off of the screen. And also for now, Control-B, which will hide the file tree and give us just a little bit more room. Now, if you remember earlier in this React Native tutorial series, we built a coffee shop application, and there we had a stack that had more than one stack screen. So far as we've been working on this CRUD app, the to-do list, we've only had one file, the index that we have put everything in. But now we're going to have a dynamic route, and it's going to have its own stack.screen. But before I do that, let's go ahead and add screen options to the parent stack. So screen options, and I'll set this equal to what we have below, header shown false. And this way, we won't have to put the header shown false on every stack.screen. So I can remove this, and now this setting for the stack will apply to both stack screens that we'll have. So let me press Shift Alt and the down arrow to copy that down. And now let's put in the new name for our new stack screen. And this is going to be our dynamic route. So we're going to create a to-dos directory inside of the app directory. And then we're going to have a file that represents the dynamic destination, if you will, for our edit page for each to-do. And it's represented inside of brackets. And we'll just put ID because we're going to pass the to-do ID, whatever that ID is, and that will pull up the individual to-do that we can edit at this dynamic route. So now, after we save these changes, we need to go back to the file tree and create that dynamic route. It's going to be in the app directory, so I'll create a new directory here called to-dos, and then inside of the to-dos directory, I'll create a new file, and I'll name it ID, inside of brackets like that, and then .jsx. Now remember, we're not using TypeScript in this series, but please feel free to if you're comfortable with TypeScript. Now we are going to build a complete component, a complete page for our application, if you will here, but I'm going to start out with the very basic stuff, and then we'll come back and add the rest. So for now, I want to import use local search params from Expo Router. After that, I'm going to start defining the function, so I'll have export default function. I'm going to call this edit screen. And then inside of the function, we can say const, and we can destructure the ID, which is that param, when we call, we'll set that equal to actually use local search params. So when we call that hook that we have imported from Expo Router, it will give us the ID value that is passed to this route, which is represented by the ID inside of the brackets. So for now, let's just have a return, and I'll put something simple here like, oh, I guess we'd need to import text if we were going to do this exactly for React Native. Typically in a web application, I would just put like an H1 header, but let's go ahead and import text from the top. And maybe a couple of other things. Let's do a view text. We're going to need a style sheet eventually as well. And pressable for a button and a text input also. All of these can come from React-Native, which is why I went ahead and did that. Let's press Alt-Z to wrap that line down. Okay, so we could just put maybe a view here for now. And inside that view, we could have text, and inside of the text, we could put in the ID value, of course, that we have received. And so this is just a very basic page. We'll come back and add much more to this. But for now, I just wanted to put in the basics. Okay, let's move over to the index page. This, of course, has our full list of to-dos, and we need to change a couple of things just so when we click on a to-do, it takes us to this dynamic route. Let's scroll down in this index file until we reach our render item, where we are actually creating the list items that we list out. Okay, here it is. Notice we have a view, and inside of the view we have the text of the item, and it has an on press. And we also have a pressable, and this is of course to call our remove to do function. So what we want to do is wrap this text in another pressable. So let's start there. I'll take this closing pressable and cut it out here with Control X and just paste it underneath the closing text. So we have now wrapped the text in pressable. And now I want to remove this on press that we have where we're toggling the to-do item. So I'll also cut that out with Control X. And I'm going to put that inside of the pressable itself here. But I'm also going to change the on press. There's also something called on long press, and that's what we're going to use, is a long press to toggle the to-do item. So if I press down on the to-do item and hold my finger there just a little longer, or hold my mouse button down just a little longer, that's going to toggle the to-do item. So that means we're also going to have a regular on press, and this is going to help us navigate to that dynamic route. So let's go ahead and call this function. And inside of the function, we're going to have a new one that we need to create yet. I need lowercase here, handle press, and this will receive the, let me get the right casing, item.id. There we go. So what we're going to do is call handle press and pass the item ID in, and handle press will navigate us to that new dynamic route. Okay, so just like before, I'm going to press Control B to hide the file tree and have a little more room, also Alt Z to wrap any long lines down. Now let's go ahead and see if we have already imported use router. I don't think we have, and we're going to need that in this application. So let's import use router here. Import use router. That's going to come from Expo router. And after that, we can use it here underneath. Let's put it underneath our use state and use context. So now we'll say const router equals use router. And now we can use the router from use router to navigate. So now we can create our handle press function. And I'll just do that underneath all of our other CRUD functions here. So after const remove to do, we'll have const handle press. Let's set this equal to a function that receives an ID. And now inside of this function, we're going to say router.push, and this is where we can put in the URL. So I'm going to put in a template literal string so I can insert the ID, and it's going to be to-dos. Let me go ahead and start with a slash here. Slash to-dos slash, and now I need the ID number that we're passing in that the function receives. So let's save that, and we'll come back and look at this, and here it is called with the item.id, and that will route to our dynamic route when the item is clicked with a normal click or a normal press. A long press will toggle the completed status of the to-do, just like we were previously doing with a normal press. Okay, I know the application won't look like much now on the new page, but let's go ahead and try the dynamic routing out because we actually have it in place. So we have started the application, or if you need to restart it with npx expo start, and then let's go ahead and press Control, or you can press W to open the web. I'm going to press Control and click on localhost 8080 and pull the application up here in a new tab. I'll close my old one. Here is the application. So now a long press, I'll click and hold, and it crossed off the to-do, just like we had previously done with a normal press. I can click and hold again, and of course it unchecks it. So essentially completed or uncompleted. But now let me go ahead and just click the to-do. And you can see we've got the number 20 way over here in the top left. It would be hard to see. Let me go ahead and zoom in with Control and the plus button. There's the number 20 at 500%. That's as big as I can make the screen. But we do have it on the screen. So now let's go ahead and make this page the edit page for any specific to-do. And of course, if I come back and click on a different one, there's the number 12. So it's going to show the ID of whatever to-do we click on right now. Let's go back to VS Code and finish this page. Okay, back in VS Code, I'm going to close a terminal window and open the file tree. I can go ahead and close out of the layout file. We're going to work between the index file and our new dynamic route. And really a lot of the same dependencies and a lot of the same things are in both. Once again, Alt-Z to wrap anything down in the index file that is off the screen. And really, since I have both of these open up here, I could go ahead and press Control-B to close the file tree, and we can just toggle back and forth up here. So we've already imported quite a few things here at the top. We have view, text, style sheet, pressable, text input, but we're going to need a few more. So let's start with those. We'll import use state, going to need use effect, and we're also going to want our use context so we can get our theme as well. Get all of that from React. Then we're going to import safe area view, and that should come from React Native Safe Area Context. After that, let's go ahead and get our theme context. That should come from @context/theme context. Then we're going to import the status bar, which we also used in the last lesson. That comes from Expo status bar. We're going to set up fonts like we did previously on the other page. So we want enter_500 medium. Also the use fonts hook. Those come from Expo Google Fonts/enter. And then we're going to use the sun and moon icons. So that comes from import octicons. There we go, octicons. And that's from Expo Vector Icons / there we're missing something at the end of that autocomplete. We need /octicons. And then we're going to use our async storage that we applied in the last lesson as well. So import async storage. And that should come from React Native Async Storage / async storage. And we're also going to need use router once again, because we're going to want to navigate back to our original list after we make any change to the individual to-do. So we'll have import use router, and that's going to come from Expo router. Okay, that should be all of the imports we end up needing here in the page. Let's get started underneath our ID that we've already got from use local search params. And we're going to define some state here for the individual to-do. So we'll have to-do and set to-do. We'll set those equal to use state. And if you remember, our to-dos are objects. So we just want an empty object here to start out with. Let's also go ahead and define the router once again. So const router equals use router. And after that, we're going to just copy some things from our index page that are absolutely identical. So what we want to do here is get the const loaded and error from the use fonts hook. We'll copy that and go back, paste that in. I also noticed we hadn't got the color scheme and the set color scheme and theme from our context yet. So let's get all of those. And just for consistency, let's put them kind of in the same place here, just above the use router. Now we are going to have a use effect where we load the data. So I'll start it, but I won't put in the details yet, and we'll come back to that. So let's go ahead and just put in the basic use effect here, and we'll have an empty dependency array for now. So we'll come back to this use effect. But after that, if you remember, when we load these fonts, we want to have the last part after any use effect we would call. So we want to copy this last part and just put it after the use effect. So here we go, I'll put that in. And all of that is the same, so it was just easy to copy it. We'd already covered what it all did in previous lessons, so that's essentially loading in our theme and fonts. Now let's talk about this use effect, because we're already using async storage, and really that's where we want to get the data for any of the individual to-dos, because we already load the data into storage in the index file when the to-do list loads, and when we make any changes, of course, we update that async local storage as well. So anytime we would navigate to edit an individual to-do, this would be the place to load that data in. And of course, after we make any changes, we'll want to save it to our async storage as well. But let's start off with our fetch, getting the data from the async storage. So I'll say const fetch data. I'm going to set this equal to an async function, And this async function will receive the ID of the to-do. And now inside of this function, we'll have a try catch. So there's the try. Let's put the catch right below. Receive the error here. And of course, we could console.error the error and just pass that in. So in the try is where we're going to take care of everything. Let's define our JSON value. Set this equal to await async storage dot get item. If you remember, we were calling our storage to-do app. So we're getting all of the to-dos at this point. And now we'll say const storage to-dos equals. And now we'll use a ternary. So if we have a JSON value, essentially if it's not equal to null, then we'll say json.parse, and we'll parse that JSON value. Otherwise, we'll just return null. Okay, so now let's use an if statement. So if we have storage to-dos and storage to-dos has a length, then inside we can define a specific to-do. So I'll just call this my to-do is going to equal the storage to-dos dot find, which will return the specific to-do. And we'll have to-do dot id dot toString, because any param that comes in, like the param we get from use local search params, will be a string and not a numeric value. So now we'll say equals, and we'll just compare that to the ID that's passed into the function. And then we will, let me go ahead and move that back. We will set the to-do, there we go, equal to my to-do that we have hopefully found. Okay, so that defines the function, but we still need to call the function, of course. So now we call it with the ID that is passed into the dynamic route with fetch ID. And then, of course, that is the dependency, is the ID. So anytime that ID changes, essentially a new to-do is passed into our dynamic route, then this use effect will run again. Now, of course, we also need to save the new to-do, and that's going to be in a function this time because we'll call it with a button click. So here we'll say const handle save, so it's not directly inside of use effect. This will be an async function. And now we don't have to pass in the ID because we're going to use our state above. So it's going to be the to-do state that is set, the specific to-do that we have. Okay, so here is our try. And let's put the catch once again with catch and an error. And we'll console.error that error and pass it in. Now inside of the try here, I'll scroll for a little bit of room. Let's define our saved to-do. This is going to be equal to the to-do that we have. And now we're changing the title because that's what we'll be able to edit. There's really nothing else we can edit besides the completed status, and we can do that right on the list. So we're going to edit the title on this edit page. So this will receive the to-do.title from the state. Okay, so there is our saved to-do. Now we'll say const JSON value, set this equal to await async storage once again, get item, we're getting the to-do app item from storage. After that, const storage to-dos. This should look very familiar because it's what we did in the previous function as well. So we'll say JSON value not equal to null, then we'll call JSON.parse and lowercase parse. There we go. And now we'll have JSON value. Otherwise, it will be null. And get rid of the semicolons. I don't consistently use those. Okay, if storage to-dos and storage to-dos dot length, having trouble speaking today, we'll say const other to-dos equals the storage to-dos dot filter. And now we're going to filter out the to-do ID. So we'll have to-do.id not equal to saved to-do.id. Let me press Alt-Z to wrap that down. So what I'm doing here is removing the to-do that we edited, and now we'll have the other to-dos because we don't want the old version of that to-do. We want to include the new one. So here's all of the other to-dos. And now after that, we'll say const all to-dos equals a new array, and we can pass in the other to-dos, and then we can pass in our saved to-do. So that will replace the old version of that to-do. Okay, now we'll await async storage, and we won't call that yet. We want set item first, and then we'll call this, and we'll save it under the to-do app. And then we'll say json.stringify, and let's pass in all to-dos. But with this if, we should also put an else. So let's say else. Now we can await async storage dot set item, and this will once again be the to-do app value. And now we'll say json.stringify. And now we're going to pass in something different. This would be, for example, if this was the only to-do we had. So it's an array with our to-do object in here. So if we didn't have to-dos in storage for some reason, say everything was deleted and there was no length to that array, then we would just create a new one here. Okay, finally, after our handle save logic, we have one more thing to do, and that is router.push, and we want to just go back to the home page. So that would be just at the slash here. This would take us back to the root. So after we have edited and saved our to-do changes, we're going to go back to the list, the index page. And that really gives us all of the logic we need for the page, but we're really not returning anything new yet. So let's go ahead and update everything we had here. First of all, I want to wrap everything inside of the safe area view component that we have. So let's go ahead and the closing at the end here. After that, we're going to look at the rest. So we're going to have a view, and of course that view is going to have a text input where we can change things. So we'll say text input, and that can close itself out, a self-closing tag. We're also going to have a pressable here where we want to actually save our changes. So we'll leave that as well. Now that's one view. Other than that, let's go ahead and put in the next view. And actually, I just told you wrong. I don't think this would be our save button. I think we want to make this our night and day, our light and dark button, our sun and moon, all of those things right here. Inside of this view, let's go ahead and make a save button. We'll also make a cancel button as well. So here we'll have a pressable, and another pressable. And after those, we'll close out that view. We're also going to use the status bar like we did in the previous component. Now here we'll set the style. Let's set this equal to the color scheme. Create a ternary. So if this equals dark, then the color scheme will be set to light. And remember, we did this before so we could see the things like the battery meter up at the very top of the screen. Now here we want dark. So the reason we're setting it this way, so it's just the opposite. So if the color scheme's dark, we'll make that battery meter and other things there in the very top status bar light so we can see them. Okay, after that, this is a self-closing tag as well. So close that out. And now we're ready to put in some details here for the page. So again, a text input. This is light and dark mode. This will be a save button, and this will be a cancel button to cancel out of our changes. Now we haven't created the styles yet, but I'm going to apply them here, and then as we actually create them below, I'll go ahead and bounce back and forth so you can see each different component as the style is applied. But for now, I'll just say style is equal to, and we'll have a styles object, so it will be styles.container, not style sheet, styles. There we go. Now after that, let's go ahead and set the styles for the view or the style. We'll set that equal to styles.input container. And now our text input is going to have several different things we set on it. So we'll start with style, Set that equal to styles.input. We're also going to have a placeholder value here, and we'll set this equal to edit to do. After that, placeholder text color, let's set that equal to gray. And now let's set the value of this input equal to to-do.title, and I'll use optional chaining because it could be undefined or empty. And then we'll say, if it is, of course, just set it to an empty string. Okay, after that, on change text, and this is where we'll update the to-do value. So that's set equal to our curly bracket. I can't see it right now. There we go. Let's go ahead and pass in a function that receives the text. And we set that equal to set to do with our use state above. Remember, this is an object, so we'll spread in to do, and then we'll have our title text. So if this is confusing at all, this is the to-do state from above, and usually I would use previous here in a set to-do. So let me do that instead. I'm going to say, got the previous state, which you can do with the setter in the use state hook. So set to do is receiving the previous state, and now I need to wrap this in another parentheses that we would see here. So let me add one here at the end. And now, instead of this to-do state, I typically like to use the previous state, and I'm just spreading that in. And of course, it is a to-do still, so it's representing essentially the same thing I had. I think this is a better way to do it. And then we have the title text. So this is overriding the title property of that to-do state. Okay, our next button being the toggle for the theme, we can really just get that from our index where we had already created that. So let me scroll down in the page to where we had that with our octagon. There, I see it. Here is the pressable itself, so it has its own on press. I'm just going to copy this full thing from line 115 down to 120. Control C to copy. Come back here and highlight the pressable that we had inserted here and just paste it in. So it's the same thing. When I save it auto-formatted, now we have our light dark button that we had created in the previous lesson. Okay, let's scroll up for some more room and we'll look at our second view here. Now I know this isn't where the input is, it's where the save and cancel buttons are going to go. But nevertheless, I'm going to apply the same style here. So I'll have styles.input container as they apply to both views that we had. After that, our pressable here is going to be the save button. So let's come down an extra line and we'll say on press, we're going to call the handle save function that we previously defined. Other than that, we'll set the style equal to styles.save button. So our save button is going to look a little different than our cancel button. And then on the pressable button itself, we'll have some text. We'll set the style here equal to, let's say, styles.save button text. And of course, we want it to say save. Now, just to make things a little easier, I'm going to copy this save button that we just made, Control C, and then paste it over the other area we have a button for pressable. Now we'll just change what we need to change here. So this on press is going to be an anonymous function. And inside this anonymous function, we're going to say router.push. Then we'll just go back to the home page. So that's a pretty easy way to cancel out our changes and not save them, and just essentially cancel out of editing that to do, go back to our to-do list. After that, we will have styles. And now, if you remember, we can apply more than one style if we put them inside of brackets like an array. So here we're going to have brackets, and we'll say styles.save button, even though it's the cancel button, because many of the same styles will apply. But then we can override that by providing an additional style here, essentially overriding one of the styles that's in the save button style or class. And so I'm just going to set the background to red. And by putting that in that array, they'll both apply. So it will first apply these styles, and then it will overwrite the background color from the save button style with red. Now for the text style, we'll do something very similar. So let's once again put our save button text style in brackets. Then let's put a comma here, and here let's change the color of the text to white. And of course, we want to change the text itself to cancel. Now all that remains are actually creating those different styles that we've applied. So underneath our function here, let's create our function for creating those styles. Function create styles. We'll set this equal to, actually we have the parentheses first, and we'll have theme that gets passed in and color scheme as we have in previous lessons as well. Then we're going to return style sheet dot create. And for now, I'll just pass in an empty object because we still need to call this function above. Let's scroll up and do just that. I'll scroll up here, say above the handle save, right after our if statement here. So I'll say const styles equals create styles, and we'll pass in the theme and the color scheme. So now that we've defined the styles and they'll apply, we just need to go ahead and create the individual areas like the container and the input container and so on that contain those styles here inside of our style sheet .create. Let's start with the container. And here I just need to set flex equal to 1, width at 100%, and then also the background color, which here we need to remember our theme just has a background property and not background color. Okay, let's put a comma after that. Now this won't apply a whole lot. Let's go ahead and see how it looks in the browser or in your Expo Go app, whichever you prefer. So I'll open up the terminal window with control in the backtick. We can see mine's already running. If yours isn't running, you want to do npx expo start, which will start that. Let's go ahead and go to the browser. And let's see what we've got here. It looks like I need to refresh. And I have an error. Let's go back. Now this is where I was telling you earlier, at least with an overlay, I should have one in the video to show this, that the octagons either needed to not have the curly braces when you import that, or not have the /octagons. So you could get rid of this, still use the curly braces, because then it should bring in octagons from Expo vector icons. But if you have the /octagons, then you don't want the curly braces. Let's try it this way. Now I'll go back to the browser and refresh and see if I can get the app to actually load. Yes, it did. So that looks good. Let's go to the page now and see what we get. Okay, we don't have a whole lot, but we do have a few things. We've got our day and night, our light and dark toggle. And now when I toggle to light, you can see some more. We have the text for the to-do, says set up the new computer, and it's actually an input. Notice when I click in there, it has the line. We've got the save button and the cancel button. They're just hard to see, especially when we go to dark mode. Let's go back and apply some more styles. Maybe I'll leave it in light mode, even though that's bright, and we'll be able to see the things a little bit better as we go. Okay, back on the page now where we're creating the styles here for the dynamic route. We have the container. After that, we want to have the input container. So this wraps around both the part that has the input and the part that has the buttons. We'll have flex direction. Set that to row. Align items. We want in the center. Set the padding to 10. Put a gap between the items of 6, width at 100%, a max width 1024, margin horizontal, that would be left and right, we'll set to auto so it centers horizontally, and then pointer events. And we want this one just to avoid some of those warnings we've seen in the console before. We'll set that to auto. I'll put a comma here after the input container. And let's see what that changed in the browser. So, okay, now we have a little bit different setup. You still don't see a whole lot of detail. And of course, in dark mode, you don't see much at all. But here's the two buttons. Here's the input. Here's the toggle. Let's go back and add some more. We will get away from that bright page soon. I prefer the darker pages myself. Okay, after this, we'll design the input itself. We'll set that to a flex of 1. Border color, set that to gray. Border width of 1, a border radius, which will make the corners round just a little bit. We'll set that to 5. Padding of 10, margin right. Go ahead and add just a little bit there, even though we do have that gap too. So we'll say margin right 10, font size 18, font family. This is what we imported. Enter. We'll have underscore 500 medium. And again, these are just my styles. Of course, play around with it, style it, make it your own app. The min width is to let the input shrink if it needs to shrink for smaller screens. And I'll set the color equal to theme text, so it actually changes with the theme we have. Okay, I'll put a comma after that. Let's go back to the browser and see how these styles apply. Hey, our input looks much better now. We can see set up the new computer and it shows up in a full input. Switch this, and yes, the input looks great in dark mode too. So really, now we just need to style these buttons. Let's go back to VS Code once again. And after this, we want the save button. Set the background color equal to the theme dot button. And then we'll have a border radius equal to 5 once again. So we have some rounded corners and padding of 10. So this is the save button, but remember some of the save button styles apply to the cancel button as well. And then let's go ahead and just add the other style here because there's not much. Save button text. Here we'll have font size of 18. And now the color, this is where we import the color scheme into the function so we can use it. And we'll check to see if this color is dark. Then we want to set the color to black. Otherwise, we want white. And save. Now we should be finished styling. Let's go back and look at the edit page. So here is the light mode. Set up the new computer. Clearly have a save and cancel button. When I switch over to dark mode, what I prefer our save and cancel button, and again the to-do here that can be edited. Let me go ahead and cancel. We should go back to the main list. If I click on even one that has been completed, I should be able to edit it. Yep, pay the bills. I could switch this to monthly bills. Let's go ahead and save. Now when we come back and find pay the bills, even though it's crossed out, it says pay the monthly bills. Now I can long press and uncomplete, uncross that out. But either way, our long press is working and our dynamic routes are working as well. So everything looks good there. One other thing I want to try is possibly limiting the length of the to-do. When we get down to a smaller screen, for example, let's look at this. We're in an iPhone 6, 7, 8 DevTools mode right now here in Chrome. And if I put in a long to-do like check for the news paper every weekday morning, that should crowd off of the screen, and it sure does. Now, of course, if we switch this over, it looks great in horizontal mode, and if we come out of a smaller screen, it's going to look fine too, but maybe we don't want to allow the text to be that long, or you might prefer to set up a style where the text actually wraps down. But let's just see if we can limit this input first. Okay, we're back in VS Code. We already have our dynamic route file with the id.jsx, and we also have the index, and they both have text inputs. So let's scroll up here to our text input, and where is it? We've got the handle save. Here we go. So inside of the JSX return here, just after style, I'm going to put a max length, set this equal to 30. So when we edit at this point, we can't enter anything that's longer than 30 characters. Now let's go over to the index.jsx and let's find the text input that we're using there as well. So that should be down here. Here we go. Right after the style here, I'm also going to put max length equals 30. And that should limit the length of what we can enter for a to-do, both when it's originally created and when it's edited. Let's go back to the browser now. This one I can't really change right now. Well, I can edit it and change it that way, but I can't go ahead and make it shorter than 30 otherwise. So let me go ahead and just change it to again every week or something, whatever this says, and I'll save. Now I can delete that one, but let's try to enter a new one. So take out the trash every weekday. I can't type day anymore. I have ran out of characters, and that's what I wanted to happen. So now this looks just fine. Take out the trash every week. Now let's try to edit this. Here I'll try to add more characters as well. So every week day. I cannot add more characters here either, so everything does work the way we want it. We could still save this, so I could switch this to every Tuesday, for example. Save the edit, and that looks just fine. So I hope this lesson has helped you learn more about dynamic routes with the Expo router when you're creating a React Native app. Today, we routed to an individual to-do page so we could edit any one of our to-dos at this dynamic route that accepted an ID in the route. We're getting started today in the Expo docs, and it says Introduction to Development Builds. So not just React Native, but we're focusing on a development build with the Expo framework. And first we want to look at the difference of Expo Go that we've been using throughout this series and a development build. Well, Expo Go is perfect for getting started quickly, and of course that made it perfect for this tutorial series. It's a sandboxed native app environment. However, as you progress with your app build, you want to break out of that sandbox, and an Expo development build lets you do that. An Expo development build is a debug build of your native app that uses the Expo Dev client package. And a development build also puts you on the path towards a preview and eventually production builds when you're ready to release your app to the world. So let's get started. Now, before we get into VS Code, I'm at expo.dev, and you can get a free account there if you haven't, and you're going to need it at this point. So what I recommend, if you don't already have an account, is just do the sign up and get a free account, once again, at expo.dev. I'm going to log into mine as we go through this process. So create your account first, and then you'll be able to follow along. I've got VS Code open now to our to-do list CRUD app project from the previous lessons, and we're going to use it for our development build today. There's two ways to create a development build. One is locally on your computer, but that does require installing Xcode if you have a Mac, or Android Studio, and of course you can use Android Studio on a Mac or on Windows. I'm on Windows, but what we're going to do is use option 2, and that is Expo Application Services. And EAS lets you build apps in the cloud and then install on any device without ever installing Xcode or Android Studio on your computer. So it should be much easier for all to follow along with that. And that's what I prefer to use as well. So let's open up a terminal window with Control and the backtick here in VS Code. We need to cd into our CRUD app directory if you haven't already. So now that we're in the CRUD app directory, we want to go ahead and install the EAS CLI. So those abbreviations stand for Expo Application Services, and CLI stands for Command Line Interface. So we'll type npm install -g and then EAS-CLI. The -G flag just installs it globally, so it won't be just for this project. You'll just have it installed and be able to use it on any project in the future. Okay, you may have received a few deprecated warnings up here. Don't worry about that. That's something they'll need to update in their CLI, but we'll continue to use it. Now we'll say EAS-V and just check the version that we have installed. So now you can see I have a report here that says what version of the EAS CLI was installed. Also, I'm on a Windows computer, and it also shows what version of Node.js I currently have installed. Okay, after this, we need to log in to our account that you hopefully created at expo.dev. So I'm going to type EAS login, and let's see if it thinks I'm already logged in, or if I need to continue. It says I am already logged in, and there is my username, the same as I use on GitHub, and we can continue. So I'll continue the process just so we can go through it and you can see what you need to do. So I'll type Y there. So enter my email or username. So I'll just re-enter the username we see there. And then my password. So you would do the same for your account. After that, it should have us logged in. Yes, it says we're now logged in. Now we can verify this by typing EAS, who am I? All one word for who am I. Press enter. And we get another warning here. Don't worry about this. I think we're going to see this warning a few times. But after that, we see get degree. So we see my username and we know we're logged in. Okay, after this, we're ready to initialize Expo application services. So we type EAS init, press enter. And once again, we see that same warning. No need to worry about that every time we see it. Would you like to create a project for the Get Degree /CRUD app? So I want to say yes with a capital Y. It will start creating this project. Says the project was successfully created and linked to our account now because we're logged in. So your ID here probably looks different than mine. Now that we have done that, we're ready to configure the build. So we want to type EAS build : configure. And this is going to create a JSON file that has our build configuration. So let's go ahead and press enter here. And it will create the file, and we'll take a look at that after it's created. Oh, it's going to ask us first, which platforms do we want to configure for EAS build? Well, today we're going to do an Android build, and that's because we don't have developer accounts at Apple or at Google Play yet. Of course, you can set those up if you want to, but I didn't want to require that for this series by any means. So since we don't have those, Android still makes it fairly easy to go ahead and create a build. For iOS, you would need that Apple developer account. But on this instance right here, I'm going to go ahead and select all. In the future, you'll see where I specifically say Android just to get through this without requiring anybody to create an account. Okay, so it says we're ready to build now, and it generated EAS.json. So let me quickly close the terminal window, open up the file tree, and as we scroll down in the project, you can see we have a new file here, EAS.json. Now, it shows right here inside this JSON file what version of the EAS CLI we're using, 13.3, and here it says remote. And here is our development build. So development client is true. For distribution, of course, this would be internal in your organization. Only others helping you build the app and test it would be getting this distribution. Then you can see there are other builds available here, and that would be preview. So once you've moved beyond development, you would also be previewing it internally. And then finally, production, when you would release the application. Now, today we're doing a development build and going through these processes, so it will make it easier for you to follow along when you do preview or production, and you can follow those steps in the Expo documentation as well. But moving on with the development build. Let's open the terminal back up and see what it said here. It said, run EAS build when you're ready to create your first build. We're not quite ready yet. There's a few steps we want to take before. And here it says, once the build is complete, run EAS submit to upload your app to the App Store. We're not ready to do that at all. And as I mentioned, we don't have accounts yet as a developer for Google Play or for the Apple Store yet. But you would want to create those in the future before you could actually publish your app to either App Store. But before we even run a build here for our development environment, we want to set a couple of things. And one is to go to our git ignore file. So let's close the terminal again. And just by the chance that maybe you created a local build, if you did, it would create iOS and Android directories. Now, if you have those iOS and Android directories, the EAS service will not go ahead and build your application if it identifies those. And the reason it doesn't want to build those is because then it would think it was overwriting code that you may have altered or changed, and it doesn't want to do that. But what we can do is just put them inside of our git ignore. So /iOS and also /Android. And it's going to ignore those now, just in case they were in there. And then if you did have these directories, then EAS would go ahead and build your app in development once again. So that's what we want, and that's why I'm putting those there. Okay, after that, there's something else we need to do as well, and that is to run a check on our build. So I want to show you this. You might see something later on as we're looking at the development build that says Expo Doctor, and it will flag this. So I want to point this out. Let's run npx expo install -- check. Now this is going to check our dependencies that are listed inside of our JSON file, our package JSON file. So all of the dependencies that we have here for our application, it's going to check all of those for us. Let's come back and run this npx expo install -- check. And I expect it to find one. Let's see what we've got. Oh, more than one here. So we've got several. We've got React Native async storage. This is the one I was thinking of, and I wanted to highlight this because really, this one in particular is at 2.0 right now, and it said expected version is 1.23.1. That would be a downgrade by quite a bit. Now notice these others, the numbers are going up. So for whatever reason, when the 2.0 version of async storage was created, this part didn't get updated as far as the compatibility with Expo. But the rest of these, the number is just a little bit higher, and that's what we expect. Now, right now, you can say fix dependencies and fix all. So let's go ahead and do that with the capital Y. And it's going to install all of those. But really, I'm not so sure I want to downgrade the async storage. We could test out our app and see if it works the same with the version 1.23.1, or we can go back and go ahead and install that 2.0 once again. Let's find that here. It is. So you can see now our package JSON has been updated and we're at 1.23.1. But I want to go back and install the 2.0. And then during the development build, we can see if it functions okay. If it is, it's okay to go ahead and use the newer version. So while that check confirms that everything's compatible, we could also just confirm it on our own to make sure the newer version works. And maybe something else didn't get updated, maybe the compatibility list, for example. So let's open this back up. I'm going to type npm-i for install. I'll paste in the name of the package, the dependency. Then I can say at latest once again. Now I should get the newer version reinstalled here. So if we run this, and now if we look at our package JSON, oh, it's at 2.1 at this point now. So we've got just one increment newer version than what we had before. So we can check that out and make sure it works. Now if we come back, I'm just going to arrow up to get to those previous commands. I'll run this npx expo install check, and it should flag that async storage again. Yes, now it just flagged the new version of the async storage, but instead of saying yes to fix dependencies, we could always just say no and just make sure everything works. We know version 2.1 is not outdated. In fact, it's very much newer than 1.23.1. And now we're ready to create our build. Just to clear this up, I'm going to type the word clear to clear out my terminal screen. So we've got a new fresh screen here. I'm going to type EAS build, then I want -- profile, and this is where we say this is a development build. And after that, I want -- platform, and this is where I'm going to specify Android. But please follow the EAS docs in the Expo docs actually for the EAS build if you want to make an Android build with this as well. I mean, an iOS build. All right, I'll press enter and it will start in on this Android build. However, this could take a little bit. It said, oh, they didn't detect that I had the Expo Dev client installed. So do I want to install that? It would probably ask you this as well. And yes, a capital Y, we do want to install the Expo Dev client. Our development build will work with that. So it will install that first, and then it will start in on the build. And now it's asking what I would like my Android application ID to be, and I'm good with this. It's just going to say com dot and then have my username and then .crud app. That is fine, so I'll press enter. Now it's asking if I want to generate a new Android key store, and I'm going to say yes, please do. And now it's gone through a couple of things and it's waiting for the build to complete. Now you could exit with Control-C, but it would stop building at this point. This could take a while, maybe up to 10 minutes or so. It just depends. We're on a free tier, so your build can be put in queue, so you might have got a notification about that. That didn't happen to me at this point, but let's just come back when the build is complete. But actually, we can check the progress in our dashboard at expo.dev as well. So I'm going to do that while we wait on the build. Here is my dashboard at expo.dev. I've logged in and you can see the CRUD app right here. So let's go ahead and click on that. And you can see under build, the little gear is turning, and when I mouse over, it says building. So we can see the progress right here as it builds. If I click on this, we can get even more details here for the logs. Here's the part about Run Expo Doctor that I talked about. That just identified that same async storage that didn't match up with the compatibility. However, we know we're using the newer package. So right now it's on the pre-build. Now you see it jump down to something else, and you could follow this along in the log if you want those details. If not, you can of course just go back to the dashboard and wait for it to finish. Here it doesn't really give you so much of an update, but in VS Code you can see it still says build in progress. Now when this completes, I'll come back. Okay, the build has completed, and you can see we have a new QR code here to scan, but it also asks us a question at the end. It says, install and run the Android build on an emulator. Well, we would need Android Studio for that, so I'm going to say no. But we also need to do something before we can go ahead and run this development build, and that is to start the local server once again. So I want to type npx expo start. And for this to work on my network, I need to use that tunnel flag that we also highlighted earlier in the series, like maybe in the very first lesson. So you could try npx expo start first and see if it finds it after you scan the QR code. But if it doesn't, for whatever reason, then you need the tunnel flag. So I'm going to go ahead and press enter for that. We'll see that go ahead and start here, but then we're going to need to go back actually scan that QR code, and I'm going to show you some screens from my phone as well. Oh, and I've actually got an error here that I had not seen before. I'm going to try this once again with the tunnel flag to see if that works out. And yes, it did. So now the development server is running. So we'll scroll back up here, and what we want is this barcode. It might be the same barcode here, I'm not for sure, but we know for sure this barcode, the first one we saw, is our development build. So I'm going to drag this so I can maybe see just a little bit more of the barcode. I think that's good. I'm going to scan that and then show you my phone screen. And now here's my phone screen after scanning that first QR code. And the first one is definitely the one you want. They are not the same. And underneath that, if you can't scan it for whatever reason, this is the URL that you would want to enter as well, that you essentially go to by scanning that. So one or the other. But now looking at my phone screen, you can see it says build artifact, and I'm going to click install there. And now it is downloading the file. You once again see the update here on my phone screen. And now with the download complete, I am going to open up that download and it starts to install the application. Now you may get a security notice in your phone and you may have to approve this installation from a source that is previously unknown. After it has installed, it's going to ask if I want to open the application, and I'm going to click open. And now we see this screen with the development servers, and it says it's searching for development servers. And if I scroll back to where we started our development server, you can see it says it is using the development build. Now, if for whatever reason it can't find those servers, you can Control-C to exit and then restart the server. That's what I'm going to do right now. If it still can't find it, for example, then we can actually exit the application and reopen it, because it will be able to be opened from the icon on your phone. Remember, this installs a native installation, not something through Expo Go. So you should be able to find the app with the icon on your phone. And after it finds the development server, your screen will look something like this, where you can see it lists the name of the app, and then it says on Dave's desktop, which is the name of my computer. So then I'm going to click on that name of the app and open up the application. Now it takes it just a moment to open up because it generates a bundle. As you see here in the terminal, it says Android bundled. And now you can see the screen, and it opens up a notice for the developer. It says this is the developer menu, and it gives you access to tools in development builds. So we are now running a development build on the mobile device. You can close that menu, and then you'll see the application. This is our to-do list CRUD app, and that we're now running a development build on our mobile device. And now you can make changes to your code, and you will still see them reflect on the mobile device like we did with Expo Go, but now you're running an actual native build, not in a sandbox like Expo Go. And now that you know how to create a development build, it will help you test on real devices without any limitations from Expo Go, and it's going to put you on the path to deploying your app in the app stores. Another good habit to get as a developer is to always go back and reference the docs. So this is the Expo website, and if I click on docs here, I'd like to point out a couple of things you can follow here. One is the guides section. It has guides for many things. As I scroll down, you can see we have EAS that we learned about today with an introduction and an explanation of that EAS.json file that we created when we configured our build. Here is EAS build that walks you through all of that, but there's much more to Expo application services as well. There's also the EAS submit that we briefly mentioned, EAS update, how you could update an app that's already deployed, for example, and some other things to learn about here. So definitely check that out. Something else I recommend in the Expo docs is the Learn section. And there is a Create Your First App section here that they also have video guides for, and it shows some things that I did not show in this React Native series that I created. It shows gestures, they do work with the camera, and it is a very easy series to give you one more beginner project to work through. So I highly recommend this Create Your First App under the Learn section of the Expo docs. And of course, these videos are going to lead you to the Expo YouTube channel, so also check that out. Remember, you can also find the React Native docs linked to in the resources for this course, so not only Expo, but also React Native docs. Check everything out here. I'll be adding some more references, but here's the React Native official docs, and here's a link to the Expo site as well. So check out all of the resources that I give for the course linked to in GitHub. And remember, there's a branch for every lesson that we have covered here inside of this GitHub repo. And how can I not mention making sure you go to my own YouTube channel and of course subscribe to the channel and follow along. I'll be creating more React Native projects in the future, but I have lots and lots and lots of videos and different tutorial series to offer on my own YouTube channel. And also a huge shout out and thank you to Zero to Mastery for making this React Native for Beginners series possible. When you're ready to level up what you've learned here and build a production grade app you can add to your resume, ZTM has an excellent React Native course for you. I've linked to the ZTM React Native course in the GitHub course resources. And congratulations on completing this React Native for Beginners course. A quick shout out to my patrons. Holy Coder is a progress provider. Sean Lynch and Gregory Perry are senior patrons. And my junior patrons, Isaac, Will, Stacy, Abe, Javier, Michael, Heath, and Malik. Thank you all so very much. You're helping me reach my goals. And if you'd like to learn more about my Patreon, go to patreon.com/DaveGray. Remember to keep striving for progress over perfection. And a little progress every day will go a very long way. Please give this video a like if it's helped you. And thank you for watching and subscribing. You're helping my channel grow. Have a great day, and let's write more code together very soon.